1 minute, please check your phones. I've been forgetting to put this. Good morning. We are back on the record. The time is 8 a.m. The date is June 18th, 2025. The commission and its staff are again appearing from the commission's Bollinger Room in Helena, Montana. This is the 8th day of a scheduled public hearing in docket 2024.05.053 involving the application of Northwestern Energy for authority to increase retail electric and natural gas utility service rates and for approval of service schedules, cost allocation, and rate design. We have with us today, we have Commissioner Wellborn. I am Brad Molnar. I'm chairing this hearing. We have Commissioner Fielder online, and we have Commissioner Bukacek. To begin the day, I will first ask for public comment. Please note that this session is being recorded and all comments received will be public records. So please do not include confidential or private information in your comments. To ensure we can get to witnesses who have traveled to be here today, we will need to impose time limits on public comment. We have, assuming everybody shows up, we have 11 commenters. We have 3 who are registered to speak in person and commenters who are registered to speak online. By show of hands, how many people do we have in person who would like to provide public comment today? 1, 2, and okay, we have one more that informed us that they would try to be here in person. If they were a little bit late, they'd simply do it online. We have 1 hour reserved for public comment this morning. So each commenter will have 11, will have no more than 4 minutes. At 3 minutes, I'll tell you that you have 1 minute left. I'll go like this, and then please begin to summarize. We will begin with commenters in the room and then move to commenters online. For commenters in the room, I will call on those who are registered first in the order in which they were registered. That list will include Michelle Harris, Eric Neal, and Kristen Walzer. So please, oh, and we got another in person, so that gives us 4. So please, Michelle, move towards the mic. And Eric, if you could kind of stage so that we don't spend a lot of time having people walk back and forth, and same for Kristen Walzer. And Robert, you'll be number 4. So with that, please state your name and town where you live. We do not need your physical address, just the town. If you are speaking on behalf of an organization, please identify the organization. If you have written comments, please submit them online through the Commission's Ready portal or by emailing pschelp@mt.gov. Please.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Harris. I am here representing Rocky Mountain Contractors, and I live in Helena. Dear members of the Public Service Commission, I am here to express my support for Northwestern Energy's proposed rate increase. As a local customer of Northwestern Energy and as the president of Rocky Mountain Contractors, an outside utility line contractor, I understand the importance of maintaining and improving our utility infrastructure to ensure reliable and efficient service for all customers. Rocky Mountain Contractors provides construction and maintenance services to several utilities, including Northwestern Energy. It's easy to take our power for granted until it goes out, highlighting the necessity of a robust and well-maintained infrastructure. Inflation has been and continues to be part of our economy. In addition to our ever-increasing insurance costs, the employees of Rocky Mountain Contractors expect cost of living adjustments to their wages each year. To remain viable, we must pass these costs on to our utility customers, including Northwestern Energy. Having personally negotiated contracts with Northwestern Energy for many years, I can attest that they analyze and question our rate increases each time, always keeping the ratepayer in mind. This proposed rate increase is a necessary step to address the rising costs of maintaining and upgrading our utility systems. These improvements are essential for enhancing the reliability of our electric and natural gas services, reducing outages, and ensuring that our community has access to safe and sustainable energy. As the future demand for power generation surges, driven by advancements in technology, we want Montana to be ahead of the curve, not behind. This proactive approach benefits our entire economy. It is also important to note that most sustainable businesses are passing through cost of living increases to their customers as they incur them, rather than waiting years between price increases. This approach ensures that businesses can continue to operate effectively and provide high-quality services. Similarly, our utility must adjust rates to reflect current economic conditions and the costs associated with providing reliable service. I believe that this rate increase is a necessary and strategic investment in the future, and I urge the Public Service Commission to approve this measure. Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you, Michelle. Next is Eric Neal. And spell your last name, please.
Neil, N-E-I-L-L. I'm representing Rocky Mountain Contractors, and I'm a resident of Helena. Members of the Public Service Commission, I'm here to How's that? Okay. I'm here to express my support for Northwestern Energy's proposed rate increase. Northwestern Energy plays a critical role in ensuring the stability and reliability of energy supplies to our community. The proposed rate increase is not only a matter of financial necessity, but also vital for the continued provision of high-quality service and infrastructure enhancements. Northwestern Energy has made substantial investments in upgrading, maintaining its infrastructure to meet the growing demands of our community and to ensure safety and reliability. Some of these investments include modernization of the grid, implementing advanced technologies to improve the efficiency and reliability of the electric grid, enhanced safety measures, upgrading natural gas pipelines and facilities to meet stringent safety standards. Such investments require considerable financial outlay. Rate recovery is essential to sustain these improvements and to support their ongoing operational costs. Without appropriate rate adjustments, Northwestern Energy may face financial strain that could jeopardize its ability to continue providing reliable services and further invest in critical infrastructure. A reliable resource of energy is fundamental to the vital economic growth of our communities. In conclusion, I urge the Montana Public Service Commission to approve Northwestern Energy's proposed rate increase. This adjustment is critical to support the investments made into the system and ensure operational sustainability and to facilitate the broader economic benefits of reliable and efficient energy supply. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Next up is Kristen Walzer.
Hi, thank you for taking my testimony today. My name is Kristen Walzer, and I'm from Bozeman, and I have 25 years as a customer of Northwestern Energy. WALSER. I am also here to talk about reliability and affordability, but I also want to talk about how Northwestern rates are structured. They get rewards for their capital expenses. So that really encourages them to build expensive peaker plants. I mean, you could do a regular plant or peaker plants, or gas in general is quite an expensive, gas plant is quite expensive. So what I would like to say is that why couldn't we do a structure where they are encouraged to lower costs for consumers and find the most cost-effective and reliable energy out there? So I want to ask you, why is 84% of all the new electricity that's being built in America today is solar plus batteries? 84%. And in our area, WECC area, the Western Interconnect, 75% of new builds was solar and batteries, and a little bit of wind. Most of it was solar and batteries. That is because it's cheap, reliable, and it's quick to build. It's quick to build, and that's important because the demand for energy is increasing by like 16%. It's by 2030 or something like that. It's increasing quickly, and we have to meet that demand. You can build a solar plant in 18 months and a battery plant in storage in 15 months. So for gas right now, gas turbines are on backlog for 4 years, and other components are sometimes up to 7 years. So it's going to be impossible to build quickly to meet this growing demand. It's also the cost of building plants is 2.5 times greater than it was when they built the Laurel plant. So this is something to keep in mind. You can build solar quickly, and it also is reliable. So Nurick came out, the North American Electricity Reliability Corporation came out with their annual report last week, and that showed that they showcased Texas, and Texas has an incredibly high penetration of inverter-based resources, which means like solar and wind and other resources and batteries. Yes, do I have 1 minute left, or?
Yes, you have 1 minute left, so please begin your summary.
Okay, thank you so much. So the other big thing is transmission, and it got a bad rap last year. But if we had had transmission intra-regional and inter-regional, like the North Plains connector, we could have accessed cheap energy during that crisis from anywhere in the Eastern Connect or from New Mexico, where it was like $140 an kilowatt hour. So, and in it also, the plant in the solar farm in Beaverhead County is providing $1.5 million in taxes, which is wonderful. So I hope you consider the rate structure to encourage this kind of development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Walzer. Our fourth in-person will be Robert Filipovich. Robert, please spell your last name.
Filipovich. Robert. I live in Helena. Excuse me, and I'll limit my remarks today to the Northwestern Energy website and supply mathematical comments online. On the first page of Northwestern Energy's website, that would be northwestern.com, energy.com, about us, and so forth. The very first line reads, "For more than 100 years, Northwest Energy has been committed to deliver safe, reliable, and innovative energy solutions." Safe. I called Northwestern Energy about 10 years ago and asked them, because I had heard that somewhere along the line, Northwestern Energy is allowed to receive a tax credit for any kind of printed materials or information, anything from billboards to the website. And I wondered if that tax credit is still in force or if the information that Northwestern gave me at the time was incorrect. Secondly, regarding the "for more than 100 years" part, as I have read, Northwestern Energy bought out Montana Power in 2002, so 100 years is a long time. Sometimes what's important is not what's said, but what is unsaid. Again, from the first page of the Northwestern Energy website, I wonder, does Northwestern Energy sell its energy to itself? Can it sell at inflated prices or below cost prices? And these questions go for deals beyond just Northwestern Energy to and from itself. But I think that's an important question, and I don't find it here. Regarding the Yellowstone County Station, the Laurel Station, I have wondered whether there is some kind of a deal between the building of that very expensive facility and a data center or an AI facility, establishing prices that would, in effect, cause Montana residential customers to end up paying for that plant to the benefit of an AI facility or a data center. I advise you to be careful with the numbers on the website. On the section, it's approximately page 2, entitled Northwestern Energy at a Glance. It says that 50% of the energy is carbon-free electric generation. Well, that conflicts with the next page on the website that says nearly 34% of the electricity for Montana customers came from our hydro facilities. I think those numbers can be made sense of when you look carefully, but I advise you to look carefully. And this whole section entitled Northwestern Energy at a Glance encompasses the 3 states, not just Montana. Then, regarding the remarks made by NWE's representative on June 9th, excuse me, the headline, NWE outlines how $1 billion in investments deliver direct benefits in a safe, reliable.
Robert, could you begin your summary, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you please begin your summary?
Yes, I will. I am. The $1 billion is in question because the speaker on June 9th said that $800 million of its electric system was spent, I understand, from her remarks, in Montana. But I add up the 3 expenses that she cites in that speech. Those add up to $745 million. So I wonder where the other $55 million was spent. And I wonder where the approximately $255 million out of that $1 billion in the headline were spent. again, my message here in a nutshell is I'm asking you to be careful when you read what what is printed before you, because if the numbers don't add up, I'm assuming that you're looking more carefully into what those numbers actually mean. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. We'll now go to online commenters. So check your mute button. The first three would be David Nurick, followed by Roger Sullivan, followed by Caitlin Piercia, Piserchia. Robert, are you on? David, are you on?
Yeah, I am.
Thank you. We can hear you fine.
Yeah, so my name's David Nurick. I live in Hamilton, and I just want to say that a lot of people that I know right now are struggling financially. These are really difficult times, I think, for everybody, and especially the people that live in Montana that I know full time. And this rate, I know a lot of people are struggling to pay their bills as it is. So this rate increase would really make it difficult for a lot of the people that I know around here, and for me as well. And that is much harder to take when I know that the CEO of Northwestern is making millions of dollars every year. And it's hard for me to understand why the customers should have to foot the bill when, people are making all this money. And also they're making decisions that don't make too much sense for the future, like investing in the YCGS plant. Seems like a step backwards rather than a step forwards. And I understand that we need to have reliable infrastructure, not arguing against that. But asking ratepayers to pay the bill for decisions that we might not even agree with, that's hard for me to take. But yeah, it honestly, it seems like an aggressive expansion of the cost at a time when people really can't afford it. And it seems pretty opportunistic. And seems like they're trying to take advantage of a chaotic situation to squeeze as many pennies out of the people who actually pay our rates as they can. And that seems predatory to me. And yeah, it's just a shame that we have that. And, I think that the PSC's job is to protect us from predatory companies that are trying to institute, predatory price increases. So I hope that you guys are willing to fight for us and not just let Northwestern do whatever they want, because it seems like that's kind of been the direction that it's been going the last few years or few decades, depending on how you look at it. So yeah, I hope that you guys are willing to step up to the plate and fight for us, because this is going to make it really difficult for a lot of people that I know to survive and to pay their bills, to put food on the table and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I really hope that you're willing to stand up to them and tell them that this is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next up is Roger Sullivan. Roger, are you online? Roger, are you with us online? We'll circle back. Caitlin, are you online? Caitlin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please spell your last name and tell us where you're from, and you'll have 4 minutes. I'll let you know when 3 have gone by.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Caitlin Pazerta. That's Caitlin, last name Piserchia. I am calling in from Missoula, and I'm representing myself. I'm a Northwestern Energy ratepayer, a renter, and a grad student at the University of Montana. In the past 4 years, the cost of renting my apartment has increased by an additional $330 per month. About half of my monthly income goes towards rent. The rest goes towards tuition, groceries, and other expenses. When my electricity bill increases as well, it's one more source of budget strain. In looking at some of the press coverage of the rate case proceedings in this last week, I was extremely frustrated to see that CEO Brian Bird claimed that utility expenses weren't a big deal for people, since coffee might be $5, a Big Mac meal might be $9.99. The CEO makes $81 million a year. That is, he makes more in a week than the average Montanan makes in a year. The idea that paying a few more dollars a day for electricity isn't a big deal for people is out of touch. And it's just not true for folks who are in lower income brackets or who have more expenses to account for various reasons. For me personally, this rate increase likely is not going to be the difference between getting enough food for the month or not. But it feels like one thing to take one more unavoidable expense of a few dollars a day, and it feels like quite another to pay more to Northwestern Energy executives and shareholders because the company is pursuing a business model of investing in more expensive generating resources that most Montanans don't want. Northwestern Energy could have invested in more affordable options than the Yellowstone County Generating Station, which is now by far the most expensive resource in their portfolio, but they chose not to. If someone is stealing money from me, I'm not going to evaluate their actions based on whether or not I could feasibly deal with the loss of those funds. And that, I believe, is akin to what's going on here. Northwestern Energy executives want Montanans to believe that their recent investments in the Yellowstone County Generating Station and in Colstrip are unavoidable, but this is completely untrue. Northwestern Energy is making expensive and risky investments in hopes that regulators will let them get away with passing the costs on to their captive customers. And Montana ratepayers have already been forced to overpay for Colstrip. The company needs aggressive regulation in order to have an incentive to adjust their approach to resource acquisition and planning and actually pursue the least cost generating resources. For better or worse, as you know, our regulated utility model requires an adversarial relationship between the public service commissioners and the utility in order to result in a reasonable outcome for ratepayers.
1 minute.
Montanans are counting on you to provide that. So I'm calling to urge you to deny this request to increase rates. And in particular, I urge you to not allow any costs associated with the Yellowstone County Generating Station or recent investments in Colstrip to be entered into the rate base. And I would also urge you not to reward this sort of behavior with a return on equity of 10.8% when other regulated utilities are granted closer to 6%. Thank you for listening to my comment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Caitlin. Is Jen Milner online? Who would be followed by Jeff Cheetah and Jordan Misna. Are you with us, Jen?
Yes, I'm here.
I can hear you loud and clear. You'll have 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Jen Milner. That's Millner. I am a mental health counselor, small business owner, and longtime 30-year ratepayer from Bozeman. Thank you for allowing an opportunity for the public to speak at this hearing. This is my first time giving public comment, and I'm pretty nervous, so forgive me. But I'm really motivated to do this because I want to oppose the rate hike, and I want to urge the commission not to let Northwestern Energy tell you what to do. It's bad enough that we, as the ratepayers, have no recourse, but you, the commissioners, do. The 5 of you are pretty much the only ones who can change the course of Northwestern Energy, and that's a huge responsibility. As you know, Northwestern has repeatedly subverted your authority already. They built an entire power plant without gaining formal approval. Why? Because they knew they'd get pushback. Now they come to you demanding that we, the ratepayers, pay for the Laurel gas plant plus all the cost overruns. In the meantime, they went ahead and raised our rates also without your approval. These are calculated moves on their part. Perhaps they don't think you'll push back, but if you don't push back now, they'll continue to walk all over you. In addition, Northwestern's CEO actually bragged that Northwestern is the only company that's adding coal to their portfolio. Well, that might tell you why their credit ratings have gone down. The reason no other company is adding coal is because coal is a bad business decision. That said, I appreciate Montana's long tradition of mining and using coal. It's served us well in the past. But now the balance is tipped and the drawbacks far exceed the benefits. Colstrip is less reliable now, it costs more, it pollutes more in the air and water. In fact, it's the dirtiest power plant in the entire nation. Is that the legacy this commission wants for Montana? Is that the kind of #1 we want to be, having the dirtiest power plant in the nation? I don't think so. For these reasons, Colstrip is increasingly unpopular with many Montanans. Yesterday, we heard a comparison of the Colstrip and a Model T because both can run forever if we just keep replacing the parts. I've been thinking about that analogy. It really struck me. It does seem technically possible to keep Colstrip or a Model T running forever if you really want to, but just because you could doesn't mean you should. I mean, you could drive a Model T over Homestake Pass, but wouldn't you rather do it in a sports car? In fact, I went to high school with a boy who had restored a Model T and he drove it to school. It took him an hour each way, while it took me 10 minutes. And I'm really glad I didn't need those extra 2 hours. The point is, the safety, reliability, and efficiency of a Model T have been far surpassed by modern cars, and a modern car is what we're asking for here. Technology and energy efficiency have gotten a lot better over time, and we're all better for it. At some point, we just have to face the facts and move on. Northwestern Energy is fighting the tide as hard as they can. Meanwhile, many other utilities around the country are able to lower costs while also lowering pollution. Northwestern really stands out because of their blatant unwillingness to address either of those things. And sadly, we ratepayers are the ones that have no choice. My energy bills have skyrocketed, even during the summer when I'm using almost no power. I hardly use the lights, I don't use heat, and still my bills are 3 times what they used to be.
Your summary.
Thank you. Sadly, I have no choice about that and I have no control. But you, as the commissioners, you do have a choice. You do have the power. You were elected for a good reason. Please use your power and steer Montana back onto a path of modern, cleaner, cheaper, more efficient, and more affordable energy. Montana was once a leader in energy, but now we've fallen way behind. I believe we can catch back up, and this is our opportunity. But the first step is to restore the balance of power and return to the system where you, the Public Service Commission, tell Northwestern what to do and not the other way around. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Jen. Next up is Jeff Cheetah. Jeff, are you online? After that will be Jordan and then Mary. Jeff, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir. Please
Thank
begin.
you.
You'll have 4 minutes. I'll notify you at 3 to begin your summary.
Okay, my name is Jeff Cheetah. Last name spelled T as in Thomas as in Sam, Chida. I live in Polson, and I apologize for any road noise because we're just coming back from a medical appointment. Living in Polson, we get our power through Energy Keepers, Mission Valley Power here. So I just want to make a point that even here, since we moved into our house back to Montana in 2017, our rates have gone up for a 3 kilowatt hour load about 90%, and that's with 100% hydro. So to equate rate increases to nefarious petrochemical fuels, that's all wrong. But I have 2 quick points I want to make. First of all, I want to express my gratitude to the PSC and how well you guys all do your job. You know, the detail in these proceedings is amazing. Anyone who's criticized the decision, sorry about that, to raise rates either has never observed a hearing or simply trivializes a very detailed and comprehensive process. And I think you've done an excellent job. Also, I want to express some gratitude for Northwest Energy. Although I'm not a customer, the hearings have shown that you clearly do have the right priorities for your customers. I think the detail you've submitted, the operational details of the power plant yesterday were really amazing for a geek like me. But the second point I want to make is throughout the hearing, I have not heard any party mention anything about the critical role of power generating rotating assets. In other words, things that go round and round, rice, at hydro, nuclear, particularly the rotating generation capability at Colstrip and YCGS. These maintain line frequency in the system inertia. And here's why that's important. On April 28th, the Iberian Peninsula in Europe lost most of its power, around 15 gigawatts, in just 5 seconds. And at that time, alternative energy sources accounted for 78% of generation, with solar just under 60%. Now, this failure is still under analysis, but preliminary evidence shows that a lack of system inertia played a key role in the failure. Basically, in any grid, the inherent system of inertia of rotating generation assets establish and maintain the stable power grid line frequency in Europe 50 hertz. That's where they get the 50 hertz stability from. They also allow a stable response to generation problems should a problem occur. Non-rotating assets such as solar, since they use inverters, they simply follow the grid frequency. When a problem occurs, they have no inertia and just drop off quickly, thus decreasing the load unexpectedly. And those in the know think this is what happened in the Iberian Peninsula.
One
And
minute.
so,
Jeff. 1
yeah,
minute. Please begin your summary.
sure. It's very simple. Please make the system inertia of Colstrip and Yellowstone County generation system a part of your very important discussions and your decisions. The public needs to know about this, and you will continue to miss a critical part of the discussion if you don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Next, we have Jordan, followed by Mary, followed by Bill. Jordan,
Yes,
are you with us?
yes.
Yes. We can hear you loud and clear. Please begin and spell your last name.
Good morning, commissioners, staff, everyone following this rate case. I'm Jordan Melsna. That's MLSNA. I live in Corvallis. People will be directly harmed if this rate increase goes through. Many people in the Bitterroot Valley who are captive customers are on a dire edge, and this rate increase would cause more needs to be unmet, more cascading effects, more narrowed choices. There are a lot of reasons that people are very squeezed, and that's far beyond this rate case. But it's in that context that it becomes hyper relevant that, and why I show up today, that this money that's being requested to take from Montanans, the supposed rationale for it is not something that benefits them. And that's because the incentive structure is wrong here. The model that the more expensive Northwestern builds, the more they profit, ratepayers covering everything plus a return. If that remains the case, if analytics are all based around that model and the PSC doesn't hold the line of public interest, then Northwestern has a profit incentive not to make the best choices for people, or allow it for that matter, since they're a monopoly and also wield huge influence in decision making. Right now, people are just looking to see more minimally that there's at least a backstop when rate increases are becoming kind of flippant. And I trust commissioners can see that Northwestern is going too far with this one. I think Northwestern's move to raise rates ahead of the commission process is telling. And at stake for the company is extra wealth for the wealthiest involved. It's not about paying the good workers, the operations, keeping the lines functional, all that we're support so much. At stake for people, on the other hand, is depressive economic feedback. It's for at least some tens of thousands of captive customers' decisions about which critical life purchases to forego. An extra few $100s straight to the top of Northwestern means directly a few $100s less for needs, and $200 is a lot to us. This is on top of existing recent rate increases. I'm hearing repeated stories in the Bitterroot of people going without other essential items because they're more hounded to pay their Northwestern bills. This matters to all Montanans, not only because our friends and neighbors are payers, but because it will affect our community's economic wellness. And we need to know we can rely on the PSC to uphold the public interest. Even if it were smaller sums, like I said, this is significant to us. If it were smaller sums, that doesn't make picking our pockets for as much as possible okay. So I want to look at the nature of this as well. There isn't good reason poor residents, working families should be paying this as it's modeled. And so for me, I see it as taking from those people.
Please begin your summary. You have 1 minute.
Okay, let Northwestern Energy executives and shareholders bear consequences of their decisions that weren't pre-approved to be part of the rate base or economical for Montanans. The true price tag, as we know, Northwestern is 150 million behind in market sales that supposedly would compensate and reduce rates, is higher than is often stated. So why are residential customers on the line for Northwestern's unrealistic, failed assertions, business assertions? Again, let Northwestern Energy executives and shareholders bear the consequences of their moves and failure to make market sales they promised would bring down rates. They'll be fine. They'll make better decisions. Montanans are not okay under this proposed rate increase. Thank you for hearing me, and through me, many people in my community not in the habit of speaking in such a setting. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Next, we'll have Mary, then Bill, and we'll circle back to Roger if he's online. Mary, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. And Commissioner, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Mary Harlow, Harlow, and I live here in Helena. My concerns this morning is with the PUC. You were my first line of defense against all the energy companies or anybody coming in and wanting rate increases for services. What Northwest Energy has done by bypassing you on both the 28% increase and also building this new methane plant, it makes me wonder if they think that you are not needed anymore to represent the citizens of Montana. I don't like to see this. I don't like to see our organizations that are protecting the community and the citizens being bypassed. So I don't want to see you becoming unnecessary. The people of Montana desperately need you. I would like to bring your attention to Montana Code Annotated 2017, Title 69, Public Utilities and Carriers, Chapter 3, Regulations of Utilities, Part 2, Requirements for Public Utilities, Utilities to provide adequate service at reasonable charges, Section 69-3-201, Montana Code Annotated. Utilities to provide adequate service at reasonable charges. Every public utility is required to furnish reasonable, adequate service and facilities. The charge made by any public utility for any heat, light, power, water, or regulated telecommunication services produced, transmitted, delivered, or furnished, or for any service to be rendered as or in connection with any public utility shall be reasonable and just. And every unjust and unreasonable charge is prohibited and declared unlawful. That's from our own Montana code. And I that is the only thing that I think that as a citizen of Montana that I can say can actually help to reduce these charges that Northwest Energy is bringing on all of us poor citizens of Montana. I mean, when you look at a 48% increase in utility rates, that's unjust. So I would just ask you to please take a look at the rules and regulations that govern the Public Utilities Commission. Please use your muscle. Please protect us poor citizens of Montana that are getting monopolied to death. So I would really urge you to just say no to this rate increase. And thank you for the opportunity to participate.
Thank you for participating, Mary. Next up, we'll have Bill Newmiller. And if he's on with us, Roger Sullivan after that. Bill, are you online? Bill is not online. Roger Sullivan, are you online?
I'm looking for the... Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and good morning, Chairman Milner and Commissioners. As indicated, my name's Roger Sullivan, Sullivan, from Kalispell. As you're aware, this rate increase comes on the heels of Northwestern's massive rate increase from 2023. And since August of 2022, Northwestern's rates have increased by 39% for residential electricity, including the 17% increase on May 23rd without PSC approval, and the so-called PCAM adjustments announced on May 30th and due to go into effect on July 1st of this year. And these rate increases are really needless because Northwestern Energy took a risk on the Yellowstone generating station when it didn't need to. As you're aware, this is the third time that Northwestern Energy has taken the Yellowstone generating station to the PSC. But the salient point in this proceeding is that Northwestern did not have to choose this expensive and unreliable resource, and Montana ratepayers should not have to pay for it. Consumers need Northwestern to invest in energy we can count on, both in terms of availability in extreme conditions and stability in terms of rates charged to consumers. This proposal now before you offers neither. In terms of predictable and affordable rates, Northwestern is asking to raise electric base rates by 20.2% in this proceeding, but claims that additional market sales will actually lower the increase to a net of around 4% to residential customers. But like other claims by Northwestern, the facts prove otherwise. After 4 months of the Yellowstone generating station being online, Northwestern is reportedly already 70 million behind in its market sales projections. Notably, as you have heard this morning, there's a better and more reliable way for Montana's energy consumers. Among our 50 states, Montana has the second highest potential for wind energy generation and fourth highest for solar generation, both of which are the most affordable energy sources available. In conclusion, Northwestern Energy has made imprudent use of its monopoly power when it pursued construction of the new Yellowstone generating station and in keeping its unreliable coal strip generating units limping along at the expense of Montana ratepayers, but to the protected profits of Northwestern's executives in South Dakota.
1 minute, Bill.
Please don't let Northwestern charge its Montana customers for these risky and ill-advised investments. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you for your participation. By any chance, was there other online? Bill, by any chance, has Bill Miller joined us online? Not seeing, so we're going to circle back to in person. We have a walk-in, Michelle Harrington. Please approach the podium. Spell your last name and tell us the town you're from.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for letting me participate. My name is Michelle Harrington, Herrington. I'm here representing myself as a resident of Helena. I, like you, am a public servant. I'm a speech therapist in public schools in Montana. And every year my colleagues and I receive about a 2 to 3% increase in salary. And as you know, expenses keep going up. Our taxes are going up. I just paid a whole lot more money to Northwestern in the past couple of years. And I am just wondering when it's going to stop. This year, if these rates go through, it's going to be an even bigger hit. And now I'm going to be faced, if these charges go up, with either absorbing these costs or charging my renter, who is on a second-year teacher's salary, more money. And the thing that kind of kills me is if I were being asked to pay more money for infrastructure for solar or wind or some kind of energy source that I knew was going to be sustainable over many more years, I wouldn't be happy about it, but I would understand it more. But right now, I just don't understand why I am being asked to absorb the costs of poor decision-making on the part of Northwestern and allowing those executives to be receiving the high salaries that they receive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further public commenters, let's move on to questions from the parties. Do either of the parties have any informal questions before we resume the evidentiary hearing? Seeing none. Wait, let's see movement. No, okay. So we will adjourn, or we'll temporarily adjourn, and we'll come back on with the evidentiary hearing. We'll just make it 9 o'clock. Thank you. 9 a.m. We are back on record. Do the joint interveners care to make a motion or care to call a witness? I'm sorry.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. President Molnar, the joint parties would like to call Nick Fitzmaurice.
Has Nick been sworn in?
He hasn't. If you would please swear him in.
Okay. Nick, please approach. Nick, please raise your right hand. Nick, do you affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and do so without purpose of mental reservation? Thank you. Your witness is sworn in.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Fitzmaurice. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Nick Fitzmaurice. That's Fitzmaurice.
And Mr. Fitzmaurice, for whom are you employed?
I am the Energy Transition Engineer with the Montana Environmental Information Center.
On whose behalf are you providing testimony today?
For the joint parties.
Mr. Fitzmaurice, did you prepare pre-filed testimony in this case?
Yes, I did.
In front of you, Mr. Fitzmaurice, marked as MEIC 5 is your pre-filed direct testimony. Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
I do. I have a few minor corrections I found in reviewing the testimony.
Okay, and let the record reflect that the joint parties have passed out a list of their corrections to the commissioners and the other parties. Mr. Fitzmaurice, would you please walk us through the corrections that you'd like to make?
Yes, so the first one is page 7 of my direct testimony, line 16. And this just says social cost of greenhouse gases at a rate of $190 per ton of carbon dioxide equivalent emitted in 2021. And that is actually in 2020 dollars, not 2021.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fitzmaurice. And when we're reading through this, there'll definitely be the incentive to read quickly for the sake of our court reporter who's been so patient and good this past week and a half. Just try to read a little more slowly. And I'll do the same thing. I have the same tendency. All right, Mr. Fitzmaurice, would you move on to the second bullet that you have?
Yes, page 17, line 12. And this is, here we are. Mr. McKenzie argues that Northwestern should receive a significant increase in its return on equity up to 10.80%, which is 120 basis points higher. That should be 100 basis points higher, as per Northwest Energy's response to MEIC 118.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzmaurice. Would you move on to the third bulleted item?
Yes, page 25. And there's a few adjustments here. The first one is line 9. So originally I used 750,000 tons of carbon dioxide for YCGS's projected annual emissions. Since we're filing this testimony, we got an updated environmental analysis from DEQ on that plant. And just for the sake of having the best, most up-to-date numbers, that should be 695,217 tons of CO2 equivalents annually.
Thank you. And does that affect the social cost of greenhouse gases?
Yes, so that's going to change line 12, the social cost of greenhouse gases, to 132 million annually. And then I would refer to line 13 as well. The YCGS lifetime should actually be 33 years, not 30, as per Berzina direct testimony, which therefore would change the lifetime social cost of greenhouse gases, which is line 13, with those updated DEQ annual emissions and that updated lifetime to $4.359 billion in net harm to society rather than the $4.275 billion listed there.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzmaurice. And would you walk us through the final bulleted item on your sheet?
Yes, and this is just a minor adjustment, but just to be accurate, on page 29, line 10, I say finally here, the commission should disallow $11,588,664 in capital investments in Colstrip. Looking back at the attachments in Northwestern Energy's response to MEIC 014, that sum should just be $11,588,665, not 664. So that's
Okay, so you're really
minuscule.
increasing the requested disallowance by a substantial sum there.
Yes, one whole dollar.
All right, thank you. Mr. Fitzmaurice, subject to these corrections, if I asked you the same questions today under oath, would your responses be the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzmaurice. And one note for the commission, President Molnar, in the pre-filed direct testimony that we've circulated, we include the strike-throughs of the testimony that was stricken pursuant to the commission's ruling on Northwestern's motion in limine. And I just want to point out that the commission struck 2 lines in its order on page 28, which were a question. Does this mean Northwestern has failed to carry the burden of proof for recovery of costs associated with fossil fuel generating assets? Those 2 lines were stricken. I think that the commission intended also to strike the following line, which was the answer on line 3, which was yes. If that's correct, then we would just for the record note that that also should be stricken, and subject to that, the joint parties move for the admission of MEIC 5.
And at this time, Northwestern would request the opportunity to voir dire this witness and renew our motion to strike his testimony.
Voir dire is allowed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Morris.
Good morning.
Morris, sorry.
Thanks.
And for the benefit of commissioners, this process is to ask the witness questions and probe his qualifications as an expert and renew our motion to strike his testimony on the basis of his qualifications as an expert before his testimony is admitted. So you had talked with your counsel about your current title at MEIC being an energy transition engineer, correct?
Correct.
Is that the job title you were originally hired to do?
When I was originally hired, I was the energy transition advocate. Seeing my background in engineering, my educational background with my industrial and management systems engineering degree from Montana State University, we shortly updated the title to be more fitting to my background and the work I'd be able to do.
Okay. How long did it take before the MEIC promoted you to the engineering title?
I don't recall at the moment. I would say, I want to say about 3 months, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you do anything in particular to earn that promotion?
I was doing my job as I was hired to do, and I think I was doing it well.
Okay. Do you hold any licenses as a professional engineer?
So I received a 4-year degree from Montana State University, a bachelor's of engineering in industrial and management systems engineering. At the end of that time, I tested for the fundamentals of engineering exam and passed that test and received my degree. What that means is if I were to continue on to receive a license as a professional engineer, I would need to train for work for 5 years under a licensed professional engineer. If I were to go back to graduate school, that would shorten the time frame as well, but I am on that track.
But you are not a registered professional engineer in the state of Montana.
That's correct.
And so you're not able to stamp and professionally certify plans, specifications, or design drawings in Montana?
Objection relevance. That's not relevant to this testimony.
We are probing his qualifications as an expert. He's holding himself out as an energy transition engineer.
And I believe he was qualified as a climate and energy policy expert.
We're on his engineering degree questions, so the objection is overruled.
Thank you.
Yeah, so upon completing my studies, I received my degree. I was entered into the Order of the Engineer, actually, and got my ring to show for it. So I had to give an oath to say that I'd uphold the dignity, integrity of the profession of engineering, and apply my talents to the service of humanity.
But
Yes,
did-
at this time, I am not licensed as a PE to be able to sign off on those things.
Well, and I appreciate that you are upholding humanity, but that didn't convey to you any particular expertise, correct?
Could you clarify
Objection,
the question?
argumentative, and
Withdrawn. I withdrawn. Fair. I confess I'd never actually heard of an energy transition engineer, so I had to Google common certifications and qualifications common to this position. Mr. Fitzmaurice, are you aware of the common qualifications of an energy transition engineer?
I don't believe. I think that the qualifications that I have going into my position qualify me for the title of energy transition engineer.
Okay, well, it is a position, and so when I looked it up, do you hold any specialty engineering certificates related to energy?
I don't believe so.
Okay, a certified energy manager certification, for example, CEM?
No,
A lead accredited professional certification?
no,
A power system certificate?
no.
Do you have any certifications or professional registrations related to climate science processes?
As has been stated, my expertise is in climate policy and energy policy.
Any certifications or professional registrations related to environmental sciences?
Yes, my minor was in environmental stewardship and sustainability.
Right, but any professional registrations other than your college minor related to environmental sciences?
No,
Meteorology,
no,
oceanography,
no,
ecology,
nope,
geology,
no.
or climate modeling?
I don't have these certifications, but those certifications are not requisite for the work I'm doing at the Montana Environmental Information Center as their energy transition engineer.
Do you consider yourself an expert in any of the climate sciences that I just listed?
So I consider myself an expert in climate policy and energy policy and being able to interpret the leading fields of climate science and apply those to my work in this space.
Okay. Well, it seems that most of the experience that you describe in your resume, which you included as NRF 1, came from your time as a student at Montana State and high school, because you included your high school internship. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct. There is a lot of experience while I was a student.
You don't list any academic articles related to climate science on your resume. Have you published any peer-reviewed articles or studies in climate science? Climate science related publications?
So like I mentioned, my degree was industrial and management systems engineering. My work is in employing the best of climate science. Would not say that I'm an atmospheric scientist, but I understand how to interpret those findings and apply them to my work. As such, the research that I was involved with in undergrad was related to climate action planning and how universities across the country have been acting to mitigate their climate impact, their greenhouse gas emissions, and adapt and build resiliency at those institutions.
Okay, so just to be clear, you've published no academic articles, peer-reviewed articles on climate science.
Correct.
Similarly, you don't list any scientific research on your resume. Have you conducted any peer-reviewed research that would lend credence to your expertise for the commission?
Objection ambiguous. Research isn't peer-reviewed. I think articles are peer-reviewed. If you could clarify, that'd be helpful.
Well, experts before the commission often have done independent research. This witness has put research into his testimony. So I'm asking if he's conducted peer-reviewed research.
And I just asked for clarification on what she means by peer-reviewed research. If it's just research subject to oversight from a peer.
Climate modeling, yes. Things like climate modeling, things that an engineer would conduct.
I believe the research that I mentioned might qualify under the question that you're asking.
Okay. Do you consider yourself an expert in electric utility operations?
Could you clarify exactly what you are meaning there?
Do you consider yourself an expert in utilities?
Yes, I consider myself.
Objection. I'd like to ask for clarity whether or not we're talking about expert for qualification under Rule 702, which is somebody who has experience beyond the layperson, or if you're talking about some other definition of expertise.
Yes.
Okay, so it's just beyond the qualifications of a layperson.
No, qualifications of knowledge, specificity as an expert witness. So 702 is definitely more than just a layperson.
So
That's what I mean.
I am employed full-time working in the utility space, and that is I've been yes, I would say that I have become an expert beyond the layperson in these matters.
Do you consider yourself an expert in energy markets?
Beyond the layperson, yes.
Your role at MEIC includes public education, policy advocacy, and lobbying, correct?
Correct.
And generally focuses on climate issues, not utility operations or rate design, correct?
I would say that it focuses on both of those things.
Okay. Mr. President, at this time, Northwestern renews its motion to disqualify Mr. Fitzmaurice as an expert witness on the grounds that he lacks requisite qualifications and expertise in both climate science and utility regulation to render expert opinions. While Mr. Fitzmaurice may have a background in environmental advocacy, that background does not rise to the level of specialized knowledge, training, or practical experience in climate science or in the operation, planning, or regulation of public utilities. He does not hold an advanced degree in climate science, atmospheric science, or a related field, nor has he published peer-reviewed research in these disciplines. Moreover, Mr. Fitzmaurice has not worked for or with a public utility, a regulatory commission, or any institution responsible for overseeing utility operations, resource planning, or emissions compliance. His professional history demonstrates an advocacy role, not a technical or regulatory one. Under the applicable standards for expert testimony, expert testimony, an expert must possess knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education that would help the commission understand the evidence and determine a fact at issue. Mr. Fitzmaurice's qualifications fall short of that threshold. Northwestern would request that his testimony be disqualified and not admitted into the record.
Mr. President, may I respond? All right, I don't want to repeat all the information in our response to Northwestern's original motion in limine, but if I may rehabilitate the witness with a few questions. All right, Mr. Fitzmaurice, you're testifying as an expert in climate and energy policy, correct?
Correct.
And can you please explain to the commission how your education at Montana State University, both your major in engineering and your minor in sustainability studies, supports your understanding of climate and energy policy?
Yes. So like I mentioned, I received a degree in industrial and management systems engineering. My minor was in environmental studies, environmental stewardship and sustainability. Throughout my time working at Montana State University, I was employed at the Office of Sustainability. And I would say that much of my extracurricular time was dedicated towards learning as much as I could, as well as employing myself to mitigate climate change in every way that I could. And as was noted by the folks here, this work began before I even was a student at Montana State University. As I've grown up in a changing climate, I've experienced the impacts of wildfire in my own home community, and I didn't have the I was kind of forced to follow this path and become an expert earlier than maybe others in my peer group would have. While at Montana State University and doing this work at Montana State, I spent a lot of time working alongside campus engineers that were looking at the gas cogen facility that is on campus that heats and also provides some electricity on the facility, and learned all about the needs and the ins and outs of reducing the university's Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 greenhouse emissions. Both that would be the emissions they generate on site, the emissions associated with their purchased electricity, and the emissions associated kind of downstream from the operations there at Montana State University. I was deeply involved in the process to bring together the university's sustainability framework, which included a goal for net zero emissions by 2040. And for that development, I served on the university's carbon neutrality task force, where we were specifically looking at those scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions and how we could mitigate them, and learning lots along the way. I also, as is mentioned within the filings, I had an internship at the American Enterprise Institute in Washington, D.C., where I was looking at specifically energy policy and how modeling how price on carbon would impact greenhouse gas emissions into the future, how that would impact the cost of electricity, how that would impact the costs of individual consumer goods. I was utilizing kind of public data sets, mostly from the Energy Information Administration, to process all this data and use some of the available elasticity factors for the demand for various fuel sources, the carbon content of various fuel sources, to project how, if there were a cost based on the emissions of those fuel sources, how that would impact the price and therefore impact the consumption rate, and then looking at some of the trickle-down effects of those impacts.
I think you could go on a little bit, and in your declaration in support of the response to the motion to eliminate, there's more
And
details.
if I might be so bold, Nick, you're speaking very quickly, and our court reporter is feeling a bit beleaguered day by day.
Apologies.
So you could just.
Yes, and I do the same thing. Just a couple points. Mr. Fitzmaurice, you mentioned your work on energy policy with the American Enterprise Institute. Was that work also associated with climate policy?
Yes, so I was their climate and economics intern.
Okay, thank you. And that was for 3 months?
It was over 2 months. It was about 2.5 months.
Okay. And in your courses, Mr. Fitzmaurice, at Montana State University, did you have courses on climate science?
Yes, so as we have listed in the filing and is in my declaration, I believe that's what we call that. I took a number of courses with my sustainability minor that included climate science, that includes Gateway to Sustainability, that includes the research that I conducted, the Sustainable Business course, the Energy and Sustainability course, Sustainable Cities. And I would say that largely climate and climate science was a topic that was really pervasive in a lot of my coursework throughout the university, and something that we were looking at while developing the sustainability framework was how climate change appeared in different coursework across the university. And we found that really a lot of courses, anyway, that's besides the point, but yes, it was a topic that was pretty pervasive in my coursework.
And also there was some question about economics. Obviously, economics are relevant to policy, especially at the Public Service Commission. Did you have courses at MSU in economics and environmental economics?
Yeah, so I took honors economics. I took engineering, economic analysis, and I'm trying to recall, there's at least a couple other economics classes as well. And I would say I was interning in the economics department at the American Enterprise Institute.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzmaurice. And to be clear, you received a 4.0 in your coursework at Montana State University.
Yes,
And you were a finalist for a Rhodes Scholarship, not only once, but twice, right?
correct.
And since you left Montana State University 2 years ago, you've continued to work with climate science in your role at Montana Environmental Information Center, right?
Yes, I have.
Same with environmental economics.
Yes,
And you've had experience before the Public Service Commission as well, right?
yes.
Okay. I think that, Mr. President, I think this amply demonstrates that Mr. Fitzmaurice meets the relatively low threshold as the commission previously held for expertise qualification as an expert under Rule 702. I'd like to read that rule briefly just so that we are all oriented to the applicable law. It says, if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will assist the trier of fact to understand the evidence or to determine a fact and issue, a witness qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education may testify thereto in the form of opinion or otherwise. Mr. Former Chief Justice of the Montana Supreme Court, Justice McGrath, clarified that to be an expert under Rule 702, you don't have to qualify in every one of those fields. One of them is sufficient. And here, Mr. Fitzmaurice has over 6 years of education and experience in climate policy and energy policy, which is more than enough to meet the low threshold for expertise under Rule 702, which is just expertise greater than that of a layperson that would be helpful to the commission in deciding the issues before it. Now, Ms. Heim has raised questions. Those questions are classic questions that go to the weight of evidence, not the admissibility evidence. Northwestern has presented nothing this morning that adds to what they filed in their motion to exclude previously. The commission already addressed those issues and correctly ruled that questions of the degree of Mr. Fitzmaurice's expertise go to the weight of the testimony, not the admissibility. At this point, there is no reason for the commission to revisit its ruling. To do so would not only limit the evidence presented to the commission, it would create needless grounds for potential error that would just complicate this matter further going forward, as Commissioner Pinocci noted when the commission ruled on the motion in limine. In sum, the commission has addressed this issue in detail in its order on Northwestern Energy's ruling in limine, and the commission should stick to its guns on that. I'll note one final thing that Mr. Fitzmaurice talked about, price elasticity of energy. I would submit that anybody who has any idea what price elasticity is not a layperson. He's an expert, and he should be allowed to present his testimony to the commission, and the commission can give it the weight that it finds due when it issues its order. Thank you.
If I could just very briefly respond. I think,
Please, you did say very briefly?
yes, I promise. And I know very briefly in a lawyer's mind maybe is suspect. I think the issue is what does this commission want the threshold of an expert witness to be? And I would very respectfully suggest that our threshold should not be bottom basement. I think this commission should have more than a bachelor's degree, a handful of internships, and 20-ish months on the job. And I think it just should be a little bit more than that to qualify as an expert witness. This party has other witnesses who are offering climate-based testimony who have decades of experience. They clearly know what an expert witness is. They have put their lobbyist, their advocate in a rough position, and I am sympathetic to that. I take no pleasure in making this motion. I don't enjoy it, but facts are facts, and this witness is not qualified as an expert. And we strongly believe that this commission should have standards for an expert witness and renew our motion and ask you respectfully to disqualify. Thank you.
Mr. President, may I respond very briefly to that? And I can do it in 5 sentences.
At some point, we're going to have to get a ruling, but go ahead.
Okay, all right. Ms. Hyman asked the commission to establish a standard for admission of expert testimony. The Supreme Court has already established it, and to raise the bar here would be reversible error. I think that this testimony is important and relevant to the commission's testimony. The Montana Supreme Court has been very clear that a person's education can qualify them as an expert. To do otherwise would limit anybody whose basis for expertise in education would prevent them from testifying. The Supreme Court said that's not the case. Here, Mr. Fitzmaurice has both experience and education, and he's excelled top of his class in each field. He's an expert and should be allowed to testify. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I would note that Mr. Hernandez's statement of the law is simply not correct, but we'll leave it at that.
Good. This might seem a bit longer than it needs to be, but I think it needs to be fleshed out. Several of the issues in the case before us were born in court, and they will go to court after this is done, I'm sure. So I think that a record needs to be established on this. It was read into the record, but I'm going to read it again. Rule 702, which we used in the original, so I'm not bringing up anything new here. Testimony by experts, if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will assist the trier of fact, that's us, to understand the evidence or to determine a fact, which can be done through examination, cross-examination. A witness qualified as an expert by knowledge, I believe he has plenty of that. Skill, no idea. Experience, training, or education may testify thereto in the form of an opinion or otherwise. That opinion can be challenged. You can challenge it. Where do you find that? Who said it? Was it peer reviewed? These are still your options. And the other one, and I read this into the record, expert witness, because you need a definition. Not just what they can do, a definition. Montana Code 26, Montana Code Annotated 26-2-205. Expert witness. An expert is a witness and receives the same compensation as a witness. You can't get any more low bar than that. I don't even know what that means. But I do know that we, as a commission, have a process for establishing rule. There is public participation. If we're going to write a rule as to what is an expert witness, there's a process, and this isn't it. I am not going to challenge and create a hurdle where one does not exist in our rules or in law or in rules of evidence. The rules of evidence will continue. You may challenge this witness as you see fit from his testimony. With that in mind, education is not graduation. If Mr. Fitzmaurice were ill on the day of graduation, his knowledge would be the same. A tremendous number of people in Montana would be offended with what they're seeing here today. They are self-taught experts. They weren't born knowledgeable in ranching, logging, firefighting, or flying a jet. They learned as they went. Many don't have a degree in agriculture and lead large ranches. They are experts. If I could go into my own life just a minute, when I had my business building and designing grain terminals, I did my own engineering. I'm not an engineer. I couldn't afford to have an engineer do every bit. I got the books. How far can an I-beam of a certain size and weight go and carry this weight? And I did my own engineering, and then an engineer stamped it because that was the requirement. I was never found to be an error. You can do the work of an expert without carrying the title of an expert, especially when that title was determined by an outside party. If you want to have, or if the commission wants to have, a definition of an expert on every issue that would come before this commission, let's get started. But it's not going to happen today. We're not going to challenge Rule 702. We're not going to challenge 26-2-505 because we don't challenge law. We follow it. The objection is overruled.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm talking to my buddy.
Oh.
Show you how unexpert I am. The renewed motion is denied. We're back on experts. We're back on the testimony.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we would renew our motion to admit the edited direct pre-file testimony of Mr. Fitzmaurice, subject to the corrections that we made today.
Without further exception, admitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we tender Mr. Fitzmaurice to the inevitable cross-examination, I'd like to do a couple of other things that also respond to the Commission's ruling on motions in limine. In particular, the Commission noted that a few of our exhibits were not subject to hearsay exceptions for complete admission, but portions of them could be read into the record as learned treatises. Now, as I understand the court's ruling, I believe, or the Commission's ruling, I believe it's correct. The foundation for these exhibits has already been set. It's just a matter of having the expert read what will be 4 sentences from one of the exhibits into the record. And if I may do that right now, I would like to direct the attention of the witness and the Commission to Exhibit NRF-3. It's the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's Assessment Report 6, Summary for Policymakers.
I'm sorry, can we clarify? I thought they were just attached to the testimony. They don't get read into the record. Mr. Hamilton, can you clarify this process, please?
Actually, before I do that, Mr. Hernandez, did you have a response?
Yeah, as I understood the ruling in limine, these exhibits, in particular, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report, was not admitted as substantive evidence into this case because of the hearsay exception. The court allowed it in to assess the validity of the expert statements under Rule 703. But as far as substantive evidence, the only portions of this document that may be part of the record as substantive evidence for the Commission is what we read into testimony pursuant to the learned treatise exception. So this would be, of this 60-page report, I'd like to read 4 sentences. And I would direct the Commission and the President to paragraph 43 of the ruling in limine, which states that, quote, because the joint parties have established foundation that the learned treatise exception to the hearsay rule applies to the challenged reports, statements from the reports on which these experts relied may be read into evidence, but the reports themselves are not admissible as exhibits pursuant to Rule 803-18. Shannon, I hope that, or Ms. Heim, I hope that clarifies.
Yeah, my understanding though is that the portions that were already in his testimony would then remain in his testimony. That would not give you, we would object to you reading anything additional into the record. That was not our understanding of the motion in limine order.
They can be read into the record. The objection is noted, and we'll take notice of that when we do the final.
And maybe by way of compromise, I think maybe if the door gets opened on cross on redirect, it would probably be appropriate to read it into the record or get it in that way, but
Does it make that much difference? It's when it goes into the record can't be as important as the fact that it's in the record or not in the record.
I guess due process doesn't seem to matter today, so no. Sorry, that was really snarky. I'm sorry. I apologize. Withdrawn.
Mr. President, if we may then just read a couple of sentences. And for that, Mr. English, I'd like to share my screen briefly. And this will take no more than 5 minutes, I assure you, and I appreciate everyone's indulgence.
Hold on for just a minute. I'd like to respond to the due process comment. Trying to avoid this, I asked Mr. Merkel, your expert witness, his background in fire behavior, attack, remediation, or even reforestation. He didn't have any. I didn't strike his testimony, and I didn't try to disparage any person here. Demagoguery is not acceptable. There will be no further of that before this final. In the next case, you can do it. Between now and the time I gavel this out, we'll treat each other with respect.
And I apologize. I sincerely apologize, Mr. President.
Accepted.
If I may share my screen. Good to go. Okay. Mr. Fitzmaurice, I'm showing a page from what the page says is the IPCC AR6 SYR. I'll represent, this is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's Assessment Report 6, summary for policymakers. And I just would like you to read into the record the statement. It's 2 sentences, fairly long, under A.1, please.
Yes, and I guess for general context, the synthesis report brings together the 3 work group reports for kind of the overall findings here. So A.1.
Just a second, Nick, if I may, for this, just a reminder, please read slowly on this one.
Yes, thank you. Human activities, principally through emissions of greenhouse gases, have unequivocally caused global warming, with global surface temperatures reaching 1.1 degrees Celsius above 1850 to 1900 in 2011 to 2020. Global greenhouse gas emissions have continued to increase, with unequal historical and ongoing contributions arising from unsustainable energy use, and land use change, lifestyles, and patterns of consumption and production across regions, between and within countries, and among individuals. High confidence.
A2, if you would just read A2. If you would just read A2 in the record, then we'll be done.
Widespread and rapid changes in the atmosphere, ocean, cryosphere, and biosphere have occurred. Human-caused climate change is already affecting many weather and climate extremes in every region across the globe. This has led to widespread adverse impacts and related losses and damages to nature and people. High confidence. Vulnerable communities who have historically contributed the least to current climate change are disproportionately affected. High confidence.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzmaurice. I'm going to stop sharing. The joint parties have no further effort to do anything on this, and we would tender the witness for cross-examination. Thank you.
The witness is tendered for cross-examination. Does Northwestern care to begin cross with this witness?
Yes, thank you. Good morning again, Mr. Fitzmaurice.
Morning.
Okay. we've already established that you work for the MEIC. The MEIC actively opposes fossil fuel development, correct?
Correct.
Is there any scenario under which you would support the development of fossil fuel resources?
Objection calls for speculation.
And if I could respond, he's their advocate and lobbyist. I'm just asking in his experience, and he is an expert witness on their behalf.
Can you restate or rephrase the question? Restate is fine, but if you can restate it so we can move on more quickly, I'd appreciate it.
In your experience with the MEIC, is there any scenario under which the MEIC would support the development of fossil fuel resources?
No.
The MEIC has lobbied for policies aimed at eliminating fossil fuels, regardless of the cost to ratepayers. Is that correct?
No. The advocacy that we do looks at the cost-effective and just decarbonization of our energy system to mitigate the problem of climate change, human-caused climate change that we've discussed.
Okay. You discuss how the commission could assess the social cost of carbon. I'd like to briefly put that into the context of a rate review. Would you agree that assessing a social cost of carbon would increase the rate paid by Northwestern's customers for energy generated by thermal resources?
So, unlike has been I would start over. I think that social cost of carbon has often been mischaracterized in its discussion here. It would not be an adder in any sort of way to rates. It would be an assessment of the harms that these facilities cause, and would be a greater reflection of the overall burden that these fossil fuel facilities are causing in Montana. It would not be an adder to rates.
Okay. Okay. Your testimony puts a great deal of weight on the EPA's report on the social cost of greenhouse gases. You cite it as the most accurate tool to assess the cost of carbon, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of President Trump's Unleashing American Energy executive order issued on January 20th, 2025?
Yes, I would not say in detail, but generally, yes.
Okay. Mr. President, could Ms. Norcott please approach the witness? The top one's for
Ms. Norcott, you may approach the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Norcott is giving you a copy of that executive order. And if you could turn, I've marked a page of it and highlighted some language that I would like you to please read slowly into the record. This deals with the cost of carbon. If you want to read that into the record, we can maybe talk about it a little bit.
The calculation of the social cost of carbon is marked by logical deficiencies, a poor basis, and empirical science politicization, and the absence of a foundation in legislation. Its abuse arbitrarily slows regulatory decisions, and by rendering the United States economy internationally uncompetitive, encourages a greater human impact on the environment by affording less efficient foreign energy producers a greater share of the global energy and natural resource market. Consequently, within 60 days of the date of this order, the administrator of the EPA shall issue guidance to address these harmful and detrimental inadequacies, including consideration of eliminating the social cost of carbon calculation from any federal permitting or regulatory decision. I would say this doesn't appear to be based in any scientific
I
analysis of
recognize that this
social cost.
is not the same as your opinion about the social cost of carbon, but isn't it true that the EPA recently announced that it was retracting the report that you rely on and reevaluating its basis?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Okay.
And Ms. Heim,
Yes.
just I would ask that Mr. Fitzmaurice be allowed to finish his answers, both for the court reporter and for completeness.
Well, you can ask him a question on redirect on it if you'd like to.
Did you wish a ruling, or are you just
Sorry.
going on?
I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry. Yes, I would. I would appreciate a ruling. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah. I'm on the clock. I don't mind giving one.
Ms. Heim, the objection was assumes facts not in evidence, namely EPA's decision that we don't know anything about.
The objection is overruled.
I don't think I actually have copies of this one. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Let's just. Yeah. Are you aware that on March 12th, 2025, the EPA announced that it was going to reevaluate the report?
I was not specifically aware of that, though I would say that the analysis that went into the original report would still stand whether or not the current administration withdraws that formally from its Environmental Protection Agency.
Okay. Did you present any evidence specific to the levels of carbon generated in the Yellowstone County Generating Station, or I'm sorry, strike that, I'm going to try that again. Did you present any evidence in this case specific to the levels of carbon generated in Yellowstone County in the years before or after the commissioning of YCGS?
To clarify, you're asking in the county and not from that facility?
Yes, county.
I don't believe so.
You argue broadly that the risks of climate change implicate prudency decisions related to the Yellowstone County Generating Station. To clarify, the prudency of Colstrip isn't part of this docket, so I want to focus on YCGS. What analysis did you specifically conduct related to the impact YCGS will have on the climate?
So I would say it seems that you're referring to, there's other emitters in Yellowstone County. There's petroleum refineries that also have greenhouse gas emissions. As the best and most up-to-date climate science would show, every incremental increase to greenhouse gas emissions, it caused detrimental future harm and present harm in our climate system. So I would say that using that agreed upon science, seeing the dramatic emissions from Yellowstone County Generating Station, that would indicate that that is causing harm.
I didn't see a climate model report specific to increased emissions from YCGS in your testimony, correct?
I included the
Objection.
greenhouse gas emissions.
If we, objection for vagueness, Ms. Heim, if you could clarify what you mean by a climate model report?
I just asked him if he included a climate model, if he did any of his own climate modeling.
Overruled. He can define climate model as he sees fit in his answer. And he can say, yes, I did, and this is what it was. Or he can say, no, I did not, and that would be the end of it.
In my testimony, I referenced the IPCC climate assessment, the National Climate Assessment, the Montana Climate Assessment. These are the gold standards for climate assessments locally, nationally, internationally, and all point to the fact that increased in greenhouse gas emissions contribute to our changing climate and the risks that are facing Northwestern that I referred to in my testimony. So by showing the emissions that are coming and projected to come from the Yellowstone County Generating Station, that is the basis for that.
Right. So you looked at publicly available information. You didn't do any of your own analysis, correct?
I did not do any atmospheric science analysis or modeling there.
And none of those sources looked at the incremental emissions of YCGS specifically, correct?
Not specifically.
You'd agree with me that the DEQ statistics show that the CO2 emissions in the Billings area, actually strike that. I'm gonna go at this a little bit differently. The J. Correct plant closed in 2015, correct? You're aware of that in Billings?
I believe so.
Right. And you're aware that the coal strip unit 1 and 2 closed in 2020?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So you would agree with me that DEQ statistics show that the CO2 emissions in the Billings area actually decreased since 2015, given those closures?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, but if we're looking to mitigate the impacts of climate change, it wouldn't make sense to me to reduce emissions in one place just to bring them back up with a new facility that will be operating for decades.
And from your perspective as a climate advocate, looking only at climate, not energy reliability, that's your only focus?
I am
Objection.
energy.
Objection. Misstates testimony.
Well, I'm just asking the question. I mean, because if Mr. Fitzmaurice is only looking through that lens, that I'm just clarifying that.
The response is that Mr. Fitzmaurice already said that he considers costs when in his advocacy.
Overruled. Please answer the question.
In my work as both energy and climate policy expert, I do not make baseless claims for addressing climate change. I base my claims in what is technically feasible. And yeah, so I guess that's my response.
So, but as we're looking in the Billings area where we've lost substantial baseload power with the Correct facility closing, CU 1 and 2 going offline, and that decreasing substantially CO2 emissions, the very small incremental add of YCGS being needed to offset that loss of baseload, as a climate advocate, how do you balance those two things? Can you reconcile that incremental add?
Well, so I would say it's not a small addition in Yellowstone County Generating Station. And as has been laid out by some of our other experts, there were alternatives to YCGS that would not have necessitated the need for these incremental increases in greenhouse gas emissions. So where there is a technical alternative to replace that with, say, renewables and battery storage and a regionally connected grid that can, in today's day and age, balance those needs, I would say there is a way forward.
Okay. Okay. Is the MEIC participating at the DEQ right now related to the YCGS air quality permit?
I believe so.
And wouldn't you agree with me that the DEQ is the more appropriate venue to talk about environmental regulation rather than the Montana Commission, who is the economic regulator?
I would say both are important and necessary venues.
All right. I'm not going to focus too much on your ROE discussion since we've settled the ROE in this case, but your quotation of Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock, caught my eye on page 14 of your testimony. Do you recall quoting his 2020 letter to CEOs?
Yes.
Is it safe?
Shannon, I'm sorry, what page is that on?
Page 20? Or I'm sorry, page 14. Sorry, page 14. Sorry. Is it safe to say that you consider Mr. Fink to be a source of quotable market analysis?
In this context, the quote was of the larger shareholder of Northwestern Energy who was identifying climate change as a defining factor. So I think it was showing the context of Northwestern's need to address climate risk.
Mm-hmm. And would you consider BlackRock a reputable investment firm?
It's very well known.
Okay. And you cited to his letter specifically because you wanted the commission to consider his opinion on the topic.
I wanted to show the juxtaposition of the largest shareholder in Northwestern, outlining the risks of climate change, particularly for Northwestern in light of this rate proceeding.
Okay. I'd like to have you look at his 2025 letter to investors and read for the commission his comment about infrastructure investment and energy pragmatism. Mr. President, can Ms. Norcott please approach the witness? Thank you.
Objection that this is hearsay.
It's being used for impeachment.
What is being impeached?
His quote, his use of a source. So we're impeaching his use and reliance on Larry Fink.
I think we should get used to impeachment happening during this witness, so it's overruled. However, I would ask that you choose these very carefully.
This is the last one, I promise, and I'm almost done. This is it. So I've marked a selection for you to read into the record and for the commission, Mr. Fitzmaurice. If you could just read the highlighted section, please, and read it slowly.
Yes.
Reporter.
I would say as while maybe the rhetoric has changed, that doesn't change the fact that this climate impact has been identified and whatever 5 years later is actually increasing and not gone away. It's just the stance with the political climate. But I will read, we need energy pragmatism. That starts with fixing the slow, broken permitting process in the US and Europe, but it also means being clear-eyed about our energy mix. Most new infrastructure investments have been flowing into renewables, but without major breakthroughs in storage, wind and solar alone can't reliably keep the lights on. In the near term, more than half the electricity powering data centers must come from dispatchable sources. Otherwise, the air conditioning will shut off, the servers will overheat, and the data centers will shut down. Well, this seems to be directed at data centers, and I think that's a separate topic.
Thank you. Well, it's talking about dispatchable resources. That's all I have for you right now. Thank you, Mr. Fitzmaurice.
Thank you both. Do other interveners have questions of this witness? Thorvald, the large customer who had their hand up first.
Thank you, Mr. President. And good morning, is it Fitzmaurice or Fitzmaurice?
Fitzmaurice.
Fitzmaurice. Thank you. I apologize for that. I would like to just ask you a few questions about the recommendations that you've made to the commission, which I think you can find beginning on page 27 of your direct testimony. Do you have that in front of you, sir?
I do.
Of course. Okay. Mr. Fitzmaurice, my understanding is if after reviewing the background that you offer your testimony, that on page 27, your first recommendation is that the commission approve a rate of return on equity, or ROE, of no greater than 9.65%. Is that correct, sir?
Correct. Yeah, that's the ceiling that I established there.
Would you agree with me that if the commission approved the partial electric stipulation that's been presented in this case, that stipulation would meet your recommendation insofar as it establishes an electric ROE of 9.65%?
Yes, that's correct. The settlement is in line with that 9.65% ROE ceiling.
Thank you. I'd like to now turn to what I think is your second recommendation, and if you could go to the next page, on page 28 and let me know when you're there.
Yes, I'm there.
At this portion of your testimony, you have a recommendation first regarding the costs associated with Yellowstone County Generating Station, and then second about the Colstrip Power Plant. Do you see that, sir?
Sorry, what line are we on?
So I'm looking generically at the sentence that begins on line 6, which
Yes.
notes that there should be a disallowance that you recommend first associated with costs with YCGS, and then secondly, costs associated with Colstrip. Do you see that?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
So I want to first talk about the YCGS recommendation that you make. As I understood your testimony, continuing down on page 28, you have a cross-reference to the recommendations that were made by other witnesses on behalf of the joint parties. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, after you apply those cross-references, though, starting on line 14, if I read your testimony correctly, you have an independent recommendation, sort of separate and apart from the other witnesses, where you argue, you say, in addition to the flaws discussed by Ms. Hodeling, hope I said that correctly, and Mr. Goggin, Northwestern's planning process unreasonably excluded consideration of the climate-related costs of operating a methane gas plant, which is another reason Northwestern's investment in YCGS was imprudent. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. My question here is, as I understand your testimony, you have not provided the commission with a specific dollar amount that you would recommend be disallowed, separate and apart from the calculations that were being performed by the other witnesses for the joint parties associated with that recommendation. Is that correct?
Yeah, so my analysis or recommendation here refers to the joint parties, other witnesses, and says all that being considered. In addition, there's also this climate risk that should give more weight to those disallowances.
Okay, but you don't have a separate incremental, if you would, additional disallowance that you're specifically recommending. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I'd now like to turn to your recommendations regarding Colstrip, which, if I understand correctly, begin on the bottom of page 28 of your testimony. Are you there, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Here, I think there are two recommendations, if I understand your testimony correctly. So we'll start with the first. You argue that the commission, and I'm now reading from line 21, should disallow any recovery associated with Northwestern's proposed reliability compliance balancing account. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that if the commission adopts the partial electric settlement in this case, that recommendation would essentially be enacted insofar as that stipulation calls for the withdrawal of the reliability compliance balancing account?
Yes, the stipulation does call for the withdrawal of that balancing account.
Okay. I then want to turn to your second recommendation regarding Colstrip. And if I understand this correctly, there's another recommendation you make starting on line 9 of page 29. Do you have page 29 in front of you, sir?
I do.
And if I understand this correctly, independent from your concern regarding the RCBA, you have a recommendation that the commission disallow $11,588,644 in capital investments in Colstrip. Do you see that, sir?
Yes. And that was one of the corrections I made at the start to come in line with the accurate sum there.
Okay. Now, okay, right. Now, that recommendation, you have a couple of questions I have about that. You have a cross-reference, or a footnote, I should say, I guess, on line 11 of your testimony that notes that that calculation, as corrected, is derived from Northwestern's response to MEIC 14. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you review that data request response in preparation of this testimony?
Yes.
Do you recall that of the $11.5 million that is identified here, that $7,014,878 of those dollars was associated with designing and building a dry waste disposal system at Colstrip?
Yes, in looking back at the testimony and that data response in preparation here, I recalled seeing that.
Does MEIC object to the construction, design, and building of dry waste disposal system at Colstrip to address waste and environmental pollutants being created at the plant?
So yeah, I guess I would be, MEIC and myself would be open to revising that and allowing for that specific recovery and changing that number to reflect the remaining capital investments.
Okay. Speaking to the other $4.5 million or so, have you conducted any analysis of whether or not Colstrip could have continued operating at the levels it did during the test period if the investments were not made by Northwestern in maintaining those facilities?
So my position is that the Colstrip plant, as an expensive and really outdated facility, is the most polluting facility on Northwestern's system, and that as long as the utility is not, one, planning for that facility's retirement, and two, acknowledging and seeking to address the greenhouse gas emissions, there should not be allowed any recovery of capital investments in the plant to prolong its operation. I did not conduct that analysis.
Okay, so as you sit here today, you can't tell the commission how much Northwestern would have had to have spent in alternative generation if, as you had suggested, it had not maintained Colstrip and operated that facility to serve Montana electric needs, correct?
Yeah, I have not done that exact analysis, and I think that a dedicated Colstrip docket where the commission and the utility and other interested parties can better plan for and proactively create a path forward for replacing that capacity would be necessary to continue to look for the transitioning of that plant.
Would you agree with me that if the commission agreed and ordered a docket to talk about Colstrip's future operations, that would reasonably look to what happens in the future, not what happened during the test period?
Objection for vagueness. I admit I don't quite understand the question. If you could rephrase, Thor, that'd be appreciated.
You please rephrase or
Sure.
restate.
Would you agree with me that whatever investigation is undertaken by the commission or the parties about Colstrip's operations in the future, that by definition cannot change the way Colstrip was operated during the test period?
So I would respond, I guess, kind of twofold. So I think that this brings further light to the need for this docket. It would be great if that standalone docket had been enacted previously. And otherwise, I think that Northwestern has been resisting this kind of analysis and this kind of transition planning for a number of years. And that is kind of the basis for this recommendation. So twofold. But yes, that docket would be forward-looking, I believe. I'm not subject to check.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzmaurice. Mr. President, I have no further questions of this witness.
Is there further cross-examination of this witness from interveners? Seeing none, are there any questions from commissioners? I see Commissioner Bukacek reaching for the green button.
So on page 2 of your testimony, you asked the PSC to consider climate change impacts arising from the fossil fuel activities of the utilities it regulates. Can we assume elsewhere in the document where you referred to climate change that you are always referring to climate change arising from fossil fuel activities?
Yes, anthropogenic climate change.
Every time. Okay. And let me see. Shoot. Sorry. Starting on page 3 of your testimony, you outlined what you call the scientific assessment of climate change and its impacts. Are you familiar with the scientific method endorsed by Albert Einstein and how it's used?
Yes.
So you've referenced several places, United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. Are you aware that there are published climate scientists that have done independent work who claim the IPCC's claims of settled science violate the scientific method?
So I'm aware that the IPCC is the kind of conglomeration of leading scientists across the world, that it reflects the agreement of virtually all scientists. There are
I'm just asking about the scientific method. Are you aware that there are some that say that it violates the scientific method?
I have not seen those reports.
Okay, no more questions.
And my understanding is that the reports are a synthesis of existing science and not conducting any new science. It's bringing together the understanding that's been developed by the scientific community.
Thank you, sir.
Other questions from other commissioners? Commissioner Commissioner Panochi first, and then Vice President Fielder.
All right, thanks for being here. I'd like to say that I appreciate Northwestern Energy bringing out any concerns and encourage you to bring out any concerns. At the same time, Tesla was digging ditches and had no education and was probably one of the most influential men in electricity history. So let's talk a little bit about the Public Service Commission's role in considering climate change. All right. We take that serious, and I'm trying to pay attention to it. At the same time, we have ice core samples that show tremendously high carbon levels in the atmosphere years ago. Would you agree?
Excuse me. Yeah, my understanding of the climate science that we have is that current CO2 concentrations are higher than they have been in any time in human history. That doesn't mean that concentrations haven't been at that level in the many million years distance past, but the rate of change of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gas concentrations in our atmosphere in the last 100 years is unprecedented.
Listening to my constituents in my district, their concern is that the carbon level could be increasing on its own without the use of coal or automobiles or human interaction, that it just could be going up naturally. How do I answer that? And furthermore, if I'm going to do something, it could cause the ratepayer to pay more money. What are your thoughts on those two issues?
So I would say that the best available science indicates that that's not the case, that these emissions are anthropogenic. There is a carbon cycle in its own right that existed long before humans were ever here, but the emissions from predominantly fossil fuel production and consumption are the majority driver of these anthropogenic emissions. On the second, and that is the science that is outlined in the reports that I referenced to, specifically the IPCC reports, those working groups. The first working group specifically looks at the climate science and how how that is determined. So I would refer them to their report. As far as costs, I think there's been a lot of discussion earlier in this proceeding about the costs of renewables. And like we talked about earlier today, I'm advocating and in my work here, we are talking about a technical and reality-based approach to getting cost-effective decarbonization. And there are the renewable energy sources available to us are now cost competitive, and like the coal cost crossover study I showed reference to in my testimony, and in most instances, switching to these renewable sources that don't have a fuel supply, this is the wind and sun is readily available to us, is oftentimes, most of the time, cheaper to build new projects than, say, to operate an existing coal facility, because largely due to the need for continually fueling those facilities.
When listening to testimony, it seems like the biggest concern is cost. Really don't have a lot of testimony concerns with carbon, but I understand that it is a concern. Trying to learn about expense and how to bring costs down, I listen to experts because the cost of electricity going up sharply is a big concern, right? When I listened to experts, here's what they tell me. We shut down coal plants and even removed hydroelectric facilities because fish couldn't get up a stream and they don't have any carbon output at all. And we did all this before we had the power replaced, and the whole Western United States is now short, and the prices went up because of that. That's what they tell me, all right? Also, I think it's important to note that carbon emissions in Montana have decreased sharply. We heard Northwestern say that we've removed some coal, units 1 and 2, right? They removed the coal in Billings, right? But they didn't mention that we removed a coal plant in Sydney. Would you agree that coal reduction in Montana is decreased sharply while we've put in a record amount of wind turbines and solar in Montana's history just in the last few years? Would you agree with that?
I would say yes, that coal production in Montana has decreased with the closing of some of these units, and that a lot of the these wind facilities that have gone up are not projects of Northwestern Energy.
When I look at the United States as a whole, Montana's decreased carbon more than most other states in the past few years. Would you agree with that?
I would not. I'd have to look specifically at the data there, but my understanding is for that to not be true. And yeah, I guess I would leave it at that.
Well, I want you to take a look at that and study that a little bit, because in my study of it, when we look at Montana compared to the rest of the United States, Montana's a leader in cutting carbon. Now that we've done that, and I believe that I'm right, and I'd like you to check into that, and get back to me later someday, I don't see where energy costs have went down. They've went up. How do I explain that to my constituents? What are your thoughts there?
Well, as is being discussed in this rate proceeding, Northwestern Energy is increasing its ownership in the coal strip plant. It had just built a new gas plant, and we are seeing costs that are associated with Northwestern's electricity system. I would say that a lot of the discussion around the carbon content of our energy in Montana is not exactly apples to orange if we're looking at the rest of the country, because the Northwest does have a significant hydro resource that has been around for longer than probably everyone in this room, definitely longer than I have been here. So when we're looking at the carbon-free content, those hydro resources definitely are an important part of the system, but I wouldn't say that they would mean that we shouldn't be addressing the existing carbon fossil resources on the system.
I want you to know I support generating energy with less carbon. I'm a nuclear guy. My best friend in college was a nuclear guy. My father-in-law is a nuclear guy. But at the same time, we have a shortage of power in the Western United States because we made the mistake to remove coal and fossil fuel before we had it replaced, and that is what's driven cost up. I have problems with people being concerned whether or not they're going to have electricity to turn on. In the event we don't make enough electricity to serve Montana, we have to depend on it from coming in from out of state, and we may not have it. Do you believe that that's a risk that we have to consider while dealing with your concerns with carbon?
Reliability of the energy system is certainly very important and should be a part of all these discussions. I think my understanding of the record that's been developed here is that the utility is now saying that they have more generation than they necessarily need with the addition of YCGS and Colstrip. I would say that we will continue to say that the utility should be proactively planning and building replacement power. That is a need. We can't just shut those plants off without that plan and those facilities to replace them. And that is the argument that we will continue to make.
How do you propose to keep prices down while depending solely on wind and solar when I don't have wind a great deal of the time when I need it? I don't have solar during the time of cloud cover or night. How do I make it dependable while keeping prices down? How do I strike that balance? What's your thoughts?
I believe we heard from Michael Goggin about this, but these resources are affordable, and we do have to reconsider the management of the electric grid. A big part of that is how we regionally address our power system. We can't be operating in isolation, as I believe was discussed in the extreme cold event in January of 24. A large part of the reason that we had such high market prices was due to transmission constraints. There was power available, so if we can build up the electric grid in a way that can access those complementary resources, wind, solar locally, wind, solar regionally, with storage technology that is really being rapidly deployed elsewhere in the country, but Northwestern at this point doesn't have any on its system. That, along with some more kind of modern management techniques, I think would be able to foster that reliability and affordability in a clean energy system.
When I read your testimony, it seems that carbon is your largest concern, but I don't see anywhere where you talk about forest fires creating carbon, or did I miss that?
I don't believe I specifically talk about forest fire carbon emissions.
But you'd agree that forest fires create more carbon release than all of the coal plants or gas production plants in the United States combined. Would you agree with that?
I don't have that number in front of me, but what I would say that is kind of an example of a reinforcing feedback loop where we have emitted all these anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions, largely from fossil fuels. It's driving hotter summers, drier summers, earlier spring runoff, and increasing the fire season length, the intensity. I think we heard 600% in Montana earlier in these proceedings. And because of that, we're seeing more intense wildfires in the state and around the world. And those emissions are important as well. And this is all part of this climate system. And yeah, all pieces that we need to address.
Well, the reason I bring up the question, and kind of surprises me that it's not here, is there's a tremendous amount of concern where utilities are causing forest fires and have. It seems like if we could help the utilities prevent causing a fire, that would cut far more carbon than they even produce with gas or coal. Do you think that would be worthwhile working and encouraging the utility to do? It might be far cheaper for the ratepayer as well.
Yeah, as I've discussed, every incremental increase to greenhouse gas emissions is important. So certainly we should be looking to mitigate the sparking of wildfires. We should be looking to mitigate the conditions that are conducive to wildfires. And we should be addressing the fossil fuel emissions that are also driving anthropogenic climate change and increasing the conditions for wildfire.
So let me ask you this. If we could close every coal plant and natural gas plant down today, do you think we'd have enough power to serve our people?
If we flip the switch on everything today, I would say we probably do not. And that's what I keep saying. We can't just turn it off. We need to be planning and be building the replacement infrastructure. And at issue here is that the utility is not proactively planning or building that infrastructure when it is available and actually more affordable than the facilities that they have chosen to build.
My constituents are concerned that if we were able to be reliant on wind or solar, and magically we could, that the price would be far higher than it is today. What are your thoughts about that?
Could you repeat the question? Sorry.
Let's say we did shut down all of our natural gas and coal, and we went through the process of doing so and we met those goals. Do you believe the price of electricity would be less or more than it is today?
I'll just raise a note here, objection. With respect, Commissioner Pinocci, I think this calls for speculation.
Well, I'm trying to pay attention to what your goals are here, but I need you to know that the responsibility of the Public Service Commission is to look at cost, and most of my testimony is there. Now, I encourage a lower carbon level. I want you to know that, but I'm trying to have you educate me in this this panel, if you will, on how we're going to meet your goals. And what are your thoughts there?
I would say that, it is dependent on how we go about this. There's a number of different, there's not just one pathway that could be pursued. So we would want to pursue the cheapest cost. I think that would certainly, in the long run, bring lower cost resources onto the mix. And that would have a downward pressure on rates. How that works would be really contingent on this body and how that allows rate recovery for the utility and the laws that surround that, as well as how potentially stranded fossil assets are treated in the rate base and in the long run.
I appreciate the caller today bringing up my Model T analogy, but the reason I have to have that Model T is I don't have replacement power for it. And I do believe that coal can be done at a 60% more efficient level than it is today. GE has the turbine. The technology exists for carbon capture. Why are you not encouraging that in your report?
I believe that there is an analysis done by the Department of Energy on carbon capture at Colstrip, and on top of the costs being, I want to say, in the range of $2 billion, the final conclusion was that it was not a feasible solution at Colstrip.
You think by not focusing on utilities preventing forest fires that it looks like you're just picking on coal and gas production facilities where the forest fires cause more carbon than the coal or gas turbines? One forest fire, in fact, they tell me produces more carbon than Colstrip and the natural gas turbines combined. What are your thoughts there? Do you think you should focus more on cutting carbon started by utilities with forest fires now that you've had a chance to hear that point of view from me?
The nature of my testimony is looking at the investments that Northwestern is seeking to charge customers for. And certainly wildfire wildfires are important, but that's the risks of wildfires is kind of more what my focus was. So I guess that is just not what I was exploring in my testimony.
Did we hear testimony where Northwestern is investing in reducing wildfire risk?
The question was, did we hear a testimony to that
I guess
effect?
a better way to put it, did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. No more questions, Mr. President. Thank you.
Vice President Fielder, did you have questions?
I do. Thank you, Mr. President. Hello, Mr. Fitzmaurice. Welcome to the hot seat.
Thank you.
You've never served as an expert in a rate case before, have you?
I've not had the opportunity. No.
Okay. Here in Montana or in any state?
Correct.
Okay. You cite 5 years of experience related to energy policy and climate change in your introduction of your testimony. Correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I know that the Northwestern's Council asked you several questions about your experience, and I just want to get some clarification on some of this. So were those 5 years professional experience, or was that a mix of high school and college and internships and some professional experience?
So like I've said, this is a mix of my time at the Montana State University Office of Sustainability, now at the Montana Environmental Information Center, my time as an intern at the American Enterprise Institute, as well as a number of the extracurriculars that are outlined in my resume. Some of the work that I have done in high school, I would say that this is work that has been a part of my life for, I would say, most of my life.
Yeah, at least your adult or near adult life, it sounds like. But just to get a clarification, so the 5 years of experience you cite were not necessarily professional experience, correct?
I think I was specifically referencing work at the Office of Sustainability and American Enterprise Institute, Montana Environmental Information Center, so all paid positions.
Those were paid positions. Okay. So your professional experience, do you have a number of years that you have professional experience in these fields?
I've said over 5 years.
Over 5 years of paid professional experience.
Correct.
Okay. And that's full-time employment.
As is in the record, some of that is full-time, some of that is while also being a student.
Okay. Okay. So you said you served at American Enterprise Institute in Washington, D.C. for a period of time, and you attribute some of your experience and expertise that you've gained to that experience there at AEI. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I know that you described some things you did there in detail. It sounded fascinating. Is it safe to say that at AEI scientific and economic standards were upheld in the line of work that you did and that others were performing at that organization?
I can't speak to the other work of the organization. I was working with the researcher that we were doing. I can speak to the research we were doing and say yes, it was upheld, but cannot speak beyond that.
Okay. And then you were an intern there, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you worked under the direction or you assisted a researcher?
Correct.
Did the researcher have a title?
Yes. I believe it was a senior policy fellow, but would have to check. I do not recall the exact title.
Okay. I have seen title of senior fellow as a common title at AEI. Does that sound like the correct title? Subject to check?
Yes.
Okay. Did you happen to work with Ben Zeiker, who's a senior fellow at AEI?
I exchanged some messages with him, but our work was kind of in juxtaposition, I would say.
Okay. Is the senior fellow you worked with still employed at AEI?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay, good. All right. I want to go on to a couple other things here because a lot of ground has already been covered, so I'll try not to repeat that. But are you a professional engineer?
I am not, as has been established.
Okay. Have you worked under the direction or supervision of a professional engineer?
I have not.
Okay. Have you taken the test for professional engineering certification or licensing?
I guess I would say to the previous question and to this question, I worked alongside a number of licensed PEs at Montana State University that were managing the energy system on campus, as well as my professors. I have not tested for the PE. I tested for the fundamentals of engineering exam. I would not yet be eligible for testing for the PE exam.
Okay. And I think you stated that you have to have 5 years of experience in order to take that exam. Is that correct?
Yes, 5 years under a licensed PE, and that is shortened with graduates with a graduate degree from an accredited engineering school.
Okay. So how far away are you from being qualified to take the PE test? How many years away from that until you can take it?
So for the work that I'm doing today, I don't need to have a PE. I don't need to be a licensed professional engineer. I have my degree in engineering. I am an engineer in that sense. I'm not signing off on any documents that would require that license. I would need to go work at an engineering firm for 5 years and or attend grad school for some of that time before being eligible for that exam.
Okay. Um, in my understanding, the reason for the specific training and supervision before being able to qualify to even take the test is because professional engineers um, perform services that impact the public. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, that sounds accurate.
Okay. Would you say that the work you're doing as a energy transition engineer impacts the public?
The work that I'm doing is not, say, building bridges or roads. I'm not building the energy facilities themselves. If I were to, say, go and work and build wind turbines and have to sign off on any engineering projects to that effect, then I would need that license. But the work I'm doing is not of that nature.
Well, my question was, is the work you're doing as a energy transition engineer, does that impact the public?
It does.
Okay. Another part of your work with MEIC you described or you mentioned was that you develop and implement MEIC's energy related campaigns, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe what an energy related campaign, what energy related campaigns you've worked on and what they entail?
I would describe one example. I think I can talk about the petition that's before the Public Service Commission.
Yes, and I'll just object to anything that goes to privileged communications with your attorneys. Other than that, everything's fair game.
Yes. So one of those things is a pending docket before the Public Service Commission, the petition to initiate rulemaking for the Public Service Commission to consider climate impacts in its regulation of gas and electric utilities.
Okay. And that was, let me look that up. That was docket from last year, I believe. docket 2024.03.028. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
Okay. Are you aware that the senior fellow we previously discussed at AEI, Mr. Benjamin Zeiker, submitted a letter in that docket that stated that the data and conclusions and interpretations of the IPCC reports and other documents cited in MEIC's petition in that docket were pretty heavily refuted by Mr. Zeiker. In fact, he called the MEIC petitioner's assertions about climate impacts of Montana greenhouse gas emissions preposterous.
Yes, and I mentioned earlier that I exchanged some messages with the person, Mr. Zeiker, while at the American Enterprise Institute, calling into question some of his methods and his analyses. And I was aware of that letter that was supplied. And like I said, yes, I was supportive of the work I was doing at the American Enterprise Institute.
Okay. Did you read Mr. Zeiker's reasoning for why he called MEIC's petition assertions that you helped draft absurd or preposterous?
I did at the time. It has been some time.
Do you recall finding any of the data that he provided to be worth reconsideration in terms of your viewpoints?
I did not find. I don't have that in front of me, but I recall not finding it to carry weight.
Okay, so none of the scientific data he provided carried weight in your opinion?
Well, I would have to look at that, but that is my recollection.
Okay. Going back to other energy-related campaigns, have you been helping or drafting MEIC's fact sheets and information about rate cases that's been distributed to supporters of MEIC and the public?
I've been involved with reading the filings, processing the filings of the commission, and Northwestern Energy following along and providing that information open to those that might want to understand what's going on at the Public Service Commission. Yes.
Okay, so you have been reviewing that information and drafting commentary on it that's distributed out to the public.
Yes, it's made available.
Okay. Does that commentary include the statement that Northwestern Energy's last rate increase that the commission approved was 28%?
Yeah, so at the time of filing the settlement in the last rate case, by Northwestern's numbers, it would have been a 28% increase to residential bills. I believe that from some variability, when the final order was issued, that might have been a slightly different final impact, but the settlement that was accepted by the Public Service Commission included a 28% increase to residential customers.
So it's your testimony that the agreement the settlement agreement that the commission approved was a 28% increase.
Objection, Mr. President. This is a bit of field. I have a relevance objection under Rule 401. This is a separate docket. And the second objection is Rule 403, that this separate docket, maybe one question into it is appropriate, but at some point in time, it's substantially outweighed, to use the language of Rule 403, by unneeded delay and needless presentation of cumulative evidence.
Well, Mr. President, if I may respond, the reason for my questioning is that Mr. Fitzmaurice has represented that he is a a drafter of facts and a person who is analyzing and disseminating public information regarding facts of the case. And I'm trying to ask him if he disseminated a statement that was contradictory to the actual facts of the case. And that statement was that the commission approved a 28% rate hike in the last rate case.
I'm aware that the witness stated there was a 28% rate increase. Then the commissioner followed up. Is it accurate? Is that what you just said? Do you stand by those figures? I believe is kind of a summary of it. I think that that is more than appropriate. He's the one that opened the door. She's the one that's asking if she understands it correctly. So you're overruled.
The Northwestern Energy filed a settlement in the last rate case that asked for a 28% increase to the residential customer class, and the commission approved that. Yes.
And was that 28% a 1-year increase, or was it over the span of 4 years?
That was the overnight bill impact to customers' rates.
Was it for a 1-year increase, or was it an increase that spanned 4 years?
Whatever period of time from the previous rate proceeding.
Okay. So it was 4 years. And so that 28% increase was actually, if calculated and divided by 4 years, would have been 7% per year. Is that correct?
I believe if you did a 7% per year adjustment, that would actually be larger than 28% by the compounding percentages.
Okay, so you're saying that the rate increase was less than 7% per year over the 4-year period of that rate case spanned.
Objection misstates testimony.
I'm going to, again, as a similar objection, I'm going to Mr. Fitzmaurice's testimony that he provides information to the public related to MEIC's energy-related campaigns, and I'm trying to find out if he has disseminated information which is factually incorrect, because I think that goes to the credibility of the witness and his other testimony.
Briefly, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, I think that I'll grant that some line of questioning is appropriate. At some point in time, it becomes unduly duplicative, and I think the question misstated Mr. Fitzmaurice's prior testimony, and if Madam Vice President could rephrase the question, I think it would be helpful.
Okay, I will be glad to do that, Mr. President, if you'll allow me.
Please do.
Okay, Mr. Fitzmaurice, given this conversation, can we agree that the last rate case where there was a rate adjustment for Northwestern Energy amounted to somewhere around 7% per year for the 4-year period that rate case spanned? Is that correct?
My understanding is that the increase was 28% from rates that were in effect, I believe, as of August 2022.
So you're unwilling to acknowledge that rate increase spanned a 4-year period of time since the last rate increase?
I don't think it's relevant from the customer's perspective. They experience, and I, as a customer of Northwestern Energy, experience that rating impact.
We received a request to take a break. All things considered, I find that to be reasonable. And I rarely do this, jump in. But the question was not from the ratepayer's perspective. It dealt with time frame and percentage.
Yeah, maybe Mr. Fitzmaurice could take a look at that and answer the question when we return from break.
Seeing no objection to taking a break, seeing and hearing sighs of relief, We'll come back at 10:10.
11:10, Mr. President.
I never said I was an expert. 11:10. We're back on the record. Commissioner Vice President Fielder, did you have further questions of this witness?
I do, Mr. President. I've actually got several on different topics, but I did want to go back to this one just to get some clarification on Mr. Fitzmaurice's testimony that he develops and implements MEIC's energy-related campaigns, and his work as a energy transition engineer does have an impact on the public. And so, Mr. Fitzmaurice, according to my calculations, based on the decision in Northwestern Energy's last major rate case, which we were just talking about, the case spanned a 4-year period, and the final decision in that matter resulted in less than a 6% increase per year. Do you agree with that?
So if you were to look at the 4 years prior to, I think, August 2022, if you were to break that out into a rate case each year, I think it would be about 6.4% each year. And then by the end of it, you have 28% come the conclusion of that rate case. But the impact to customers was an increase of 28%. And now we see further increases. And now 28% was the number that Northwestern was asking for in the settlement filing.
Okay. If I were to correct you and say that 28% was the number Northwestern requested in its initial application, but that the settlement was a lower number, would you agree with that?
I would not. If I remember correctly, the allocation to residential customer class of the application was about 25%. And then in the settlement, while the overall revenue requirement was reduced, a greater allocation was given to the residential class. And therefore, the request was 28%.
Okay, so what we do agree on then, if we can go back a little bit, was that the increase was somewhere around 6% per year over the 4-year period of that case. Is that correct?
If that's the way you want to slice it, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that roughly 40% of that increase were pass-through costs that the commission has no authority to deny, which includes taxes and cost of fuel services that are approved by law?
I don't recall the exact percentages.
Okay. The reason I'm asking about this is because I have heard and seen the number 28%, that it was a 28% rate hike, bantered about by the public and adopted as fact by the public, without consideration for the fact that that increase was less than 28% that was approved by the commission, and that the increase spanned a 4-year period, which averaged out to somewhere a little bit less than 6% per year. And a significant portion of that was increases that we did not have control over, like taxes that the legislature approves and the commission can't deny. And what was remaining were investments that the utility made in infrastructure to deliver power safely to customers' homes. So the reason I bring this up is I always wondered who was disseminating that information on behalf of MEIC, and it appears that person is you. Is that correct?
I have used that number based on the filing of Northwestern Energy. I believe that was in the hearing itself for the last rate case.
Okay. How about this other number? We're also hearing in public comment, and I've seen it on some publications that I think are derived from MEIC's fact sheets, is that Montana has the 4th highest energy bills in the country. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, I've seen that, and that's an analysis of all energy costs. So I believe transportation energy cost goes into that. That was drawn from a New York Times article that analyzed state by state emissions, and I guess the New York Times article was reporting on a specific analysis. I don't recall the name of that analysis, but have that somewhere in my notes.
Does Wallet Hub sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay, so you're familiar with the Wallet Hub citation that is used to make the assertion that Montana has the fourth highest energy bills in the country.
Yes, by that analysis.
Okay, and is that information that MEIC has been disseminating to the public when it speaks to the public about Montana PSC proceedings and actions?
Well, that information was in the New York Times, and we've referenced it when we're talking about the high energy costs that Montanans bear. A part of that is utility rates. I would also, on the subject we've talked about or heard about in these proceedings, the EIA information for the cost of electricity, which it makes up one part of that bill. But if you are looking at that data specifically, that's for the state of Montana and not specifically any one utility. And if you were to back calculate Northwestern's per kilowatt hour cost of electricity, it would actually be much higher than those Montana numbers.
So going to the reference that we're hearing that Montana has the fourth highest energy bills in the country, you acknowledge that Wallet Hub citation, subject to check because you don't have it right in front of you, but the Wallet Hub citation includes the average monthly energy bill of electricity, natural gas, home heating oil, motor fuel, correct?
That sounds right.
And does the PSC regulate home heating oil or motor fuel?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I'm going to move on a little bit here. Do you generally, as a policy expert, I think this is what you've said you are, keep yourself apprised of relevant updates and new information in energy related and climate related documents, reports, debates, and things like that?
I do my best to.
Yeah, there's a lot of information out there. Do you believe it's important to use the best available science?
Yes.
Good, we agree on that. Do you believe that scientific debate is important?
I believe peer review is an important practice when scientific findings are questioned for other reasons. I think that we get into some unhelpful areas.
Okay. Have you read or are you familiar with any of the scientifically published papers that are counter to IPCC's assessments?
Some.
Okay. Have you read the report about, or do you understand, I guess, the standard for ideal location of weather stations for best accuracy? That there's certain conditions for the location of those things in order to get accurate readings?
I am not familiar with that. And I would say that in any of this, it would be important to dig into any funding sources that are contributing to any sort of publication, particularly those that are trying to discredit widely agreeable or agreed upon climate science.
Well, I'm actually talking about NOAA, the National Ocean and Atmospheric Administration of the United States government, and its standards for where weather stations and how they should be located and situated in order to determine that they're getting accurate readings.
Okay, I am not a meteorologist, but following.
Okay, so should weather stations be located with standards in place so that they're actually getting accurate readings that aren't impacted by other things, other factors?
I would have to defer to a meteorologist. But there's
Okay,
probably
if I can give you an example, maybe it will help. I don't have it open right in front of me, but I read it the other day, and the NOAA's climate division defined the ideal condition or placement for these weather stations that are on the ground as being like in an open grassy area rather than attached to the side of a building, you know, where the sun's baking it, or in a asphalt parking lot where it's a urban heat sink where it's attracting more heat. Does that make sense to you, that there would be standards that would try to keep weather stations located in accurate, or in areas where they receive accurate data rather than readings that would be convoluted? Okay. Are you aware that a large percentage of the weather stations that were used in some of these climate assessments were actually located in what are called heat sink areas, where they are impacted by outside forces beyond actual climate and weather, but they are impacted by things like asphalt and buildings that they're too close to?
the analyses in all these standard reports, the IPCC assessment report, National Climate Assessment, Montana Climate Assessment, all draw on the best gold standard of climate science available. I'm not familiar with the report that you're referring to. I would say that it's my experience. I've seen that a lot of these folks that would like to discredit climate science just pursue little threads that they can draw on to introduce confusion and just enough of a question mark to make people wonder. And oftentimes it's not exactly based in the actual data and the well-vetted peer-reviewed science. So that would be my response.
So if you saw the information that identified these locations of weather stations in areas that don't meet standards, would that cause you to reconsider whether that data is whether station data is accurate?
Objection, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. Two objections. One, if Mr. Fitzmaurice is going to be quizzed on a document, I'd request that it be placed before him. And second, under Rule 403, I think we're getting a bit far afield, and this is becoming unnecessarily a delay and cumulative in nature.
I'll move on, Mr. President. I just was going to the witness's familiarity or research into counter arguments to his opinions, and whether he has actually delved into those or not. So, Mr. Fitzmaurice, are all fluctuations in climate caused by human activity?
The climate is a vastly complex system. It is driven by a number of factors. I would say that anthropogenic climate change is driven by human activities. If you are going to look at the entire system of the climate, there are many other things that you would want to consider, but that is the whole point of the field of climate science, is identifying the direct effects of anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions impacting that climate system, causing increased temperatures and all the other impacts that are outlined in my testimony and in these reports.
Okay. Are you familiar with any delineation between what percentage of climate impacts are caused by anthropogenic or human activity versus natural activities?
Could you clarify the question?
Well, yes, there's according to your testimony, you're speaking about human caused climate impacts, and that's your concern, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed any information that delineates a distinction between how much climate change or fluctuations in climate are related to human activity versus how much of that is natural phenomena?
So CO2, methane gas, other greenhouse gases trap heat in our atmosphere. Those are gases that are naturally occurring. There's a carbon cycle. There's other cycles for these gases. What is attributable to anthropogenic climate change is the dramatic increase in concentrations of those greenhouse gases driven by human activities, largely combustion of fossil fuels that is increasingly trapping more heat in our atmosphere and causing all these impacts.
Okay, but the question was, I mean, I'm trying to find out, is there a difference that's been identified in how much impact is human related or attributed to human activity versus how much is natural? Is there any kind of proportion?
What specific changes are we referring to? Can I clarify?
Well, your testimony is about impacts on the climate, as you just described. And you've also testified here in this conversation that there are natural phenomena also that affect climate. And so my question is, what ratio is that? How much of it is human caused? How much of it is naturally occurring? Are you aware of any distinctions in that?
My testimony and the reports that I referenced to are specifically talking about climate changes attributable to human causes.
Okay. Okay, so do you agree that there has been major fluctuations in climate even before the Industrial Revolution took place?
Yes, for millions of years, the conditions on planet Earth have changed dramatically. And as I was talking with Commissioner Pinocci earlier, conditions predating humans were very different. But the current conditions we are experiencing with rapid increasing concentrations of greenhouse gases, particularly carbon dioxide in our atmosphere, the rate of change is unprecedented. And we are in a situation in the world where the atmospheric concentration of these gases is higher than we have ever experienced as a species living on this planet.
Okay. So I'm curious about this, and your counsel may object to this, but if you have can give me some perspective. I have heard arguments, and I'm trying to understand this climate change argument better. I truly am. So when dinosaurs roamed the earth, there was a lot more greening and a lot less ice. So how does that relate to what we're experiencing in terms of the levels of CO2 in the atmosphere? I mean, can you address that at all? Are you willing to address that at all?
Madam Vice President, Mr. President, for the record, I'll note that I don't have an objection to this question, and Mr. Fitzmaurice can answer it if he can.
I would say that
I believe that's a standard rule.
I think that the primary difference here is that humans evolved under the current climate, and the current conditions on the Earth are driven by human activities, and the changes that are occurring are rapid and at a scale that is completely unprecedented.
Okay, so what led to the conditions that that allowed dinosaurs to thrive on Earth on a very green planet?
I cannot tell you that.
Natural changes?
I'm sure that they evolved within the conditions that existed millions of years ago.
So natural, obviously, because they couldn't have been man-made, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, let's move on a little bit. You talked about wildfires and the risk of wildfires and the increasing risk of wildfires, and you've written about that in your testimony, and you talked about it with Commissioner Pinocci, and that is definitely an area I'm very sympathetic to. Is the increase in wildfires that we're experiencing, particularly in the western states and in Montana. And you've identified and specified that you believe climate change is, I think, the driving factor behind the increase in acres burned by wildfires. Is that correct?
Yes, climate change is leading to higher temperatures, earlier spring runoff, drier drought conditions, increased lengthened fire season has come up in these proceedings. It is yes, a major driver in the current fire risks that we are experiencing.
Okay. Is the amount of fuel in our forests a factor as well in terms of the size and intensity of wildfires that we're experiencing in Montana now? And when I say fuel, I mean vegetation, trees and brush, dead trees and things like that.
Certainly, we have to take the whole system into account, and there was a policy for many years of not letting anything burn. And I think that right now we're seeing this compounding impact of a lot of available fuels and just incredibly high risk fire conditions, like I referred to, drier and longer, hotter seasons that together is really driving really high risks for wildfires.
Okay, so would you acknowledge that the lack of fuel reduction that's been occurring in our national forests over the last couple of decades is a contributing factor to the size and intensity of wildfires that we're experiencing these days?
I think that the policy of complete fire suppression is certainly a factor.
How about the policy or the result of environmental litigation that has substantially curtailed vegetation management in our forests?
I'm not familiar with that being a factor.
So you're not familiar with the very drastic reduction in treatment to our national forests that involves managing vegetation?
I mean, I would not consider myself an expert in this area necessarily, as far as what the conditions are for fuel management for wildfires. I do believe there is research showing that certain logging practices actually have, in some conditions, led to increased fire activity. I don't have any of that information on hand.
Okay, how about fire management? Are you aware of fire management practices that have changed in recent years that have shifted away from the use of vegetation management through logging and grazing and shifted the focus to use of fire on the landscape to manage vegetation?
Objection, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. I just raised an objection to relevance and expertise. Mr. Fitzmaurice said he's not an expert in forest management policies.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'm not asking him if he's an expert. I'm going to his testimony that he grew up seeing wildfires become more prevalent on the landscape, and that's a concern that has driven him to his current profession. And I'm wondering if he's aware of factors other than climate change that are impacting the size and intensity of wildfires. So I'll nutshell the question if I'm allowed to proceed.
I'm going to overrule, but similar to ruling yesterday, there's a lot of little caveats that can go with this. If you can get more of a general overview as to perception, not necessarily one ruling, another ruling, whatever.
Okay.
Suffice and move us right along.
Okay. So, Mr. Fitzmaurice, are you aware that lack of logging and grazing and practices to use fire on the landscape instead of logging and grazing are contributing to the size and intensity of wildfires in Montana? Are you aware of that?
That's not my understanding. I think my understanding is that historically, fire has been a part of the landscape, and fire suppression over the last, say, 100 years has increased some available fuels, you might say. I don't think that now reintroducing, say, prescribed burns is increasing fire activity elsewhere.
Okay, I'm going to move on. Part of your testimony talks about increased weather events on the planet. Wildfire is one of them that you talked about, but I'm going to move on to tropical storms. Are you aware that globally tropical cyclone activity was below normal during the month of May, with only 2 named storms on the planet, one in the East Pacific Basin and one in the Australia region?
I have not been following the tropical cyclone data for the month of May. I believe I remember that hurricane activity in the last couple of years has been higher than historic average, but subject to check.
I'm going to move on to your admonition to the commission regarding our constitutional duties. On page 8, line 12 through 14 of your testimony, you cite Article 9, Section 1 of the Montana Constitution, and you assert that the commission must, quote, maintain and improve a clean and healthful environment in Montana for present and future generations, correct?
Objection, President Molnar and Vice President Fielder. This testimony was stricken. It's strictly legal, and I'd say even if it hadn't been stricken, I'd object on the grounds that it calls for a legal conclusion.
Commissioner, that is correct. In the first work session that we had on this, and the work session we had on this, it was ruled that this witness could not offer a legal conclusion. So
okay,
you can ask him to do it now.
Okay.
So
thank you. Mr. Fitzmaurice, you are actively involved in in the legislative session as a lobbyist for MEIC, correct?
Yes, I was in this recent legislative session.
Okay. And are you, do you keep yourself apprised as to legislation relating to the Montana Public Service Commission?
I do.
Okay. Has the legislature provided the Public Service Commission with staff to evaluate environmental impacts of climate change?
I don't know about staff, but would refer to the filing in the rulemaking petition for the legislature's provisions of rulemaking authority to the Public Service Commission in that area.
Well, has the legislature provided the department with resources, financial or staff, to analyze environmental impacts associated with greenhouse gases?
I believe that the legislature has provided resources and staff to the commission to conduct its duties that are required by the legislature and the Constitution.
Does that include environmental impact analysis?
As a duty of the Public Service Commission, yes.
Does it include environmental permitting?
Objection on this point. It seems like these are a bunch of questions that are asking for legal conclusions.
I'm going to overrule that. I don't believe, and she can clarify if I'm wrong. She's asking for legal conclusions. She's asking for economic conclusions. Has the commission been given the resources to do the analysis that would be required? That's not legal, that's financial.
That's correct. I'm asking if Mr. Fitzmaurice is aware of any resources that the legislature has provided to the agency to conduct environmental impact analysis, environmental permitting, or environmental regulation. And he can just answer yes or no.
So the social cost of greenhouse gases analysis provides the information necessary for the Public Service commissioners and staff to understand what the social cost of greenhouse gases are for the utilities that it regulates.
Is that the social cost of greenhouse gases that was developed by the Federal Environmental Protection Agency that you're speaking of?
Correct. That analysis stands and can be utilized for that purpose.
Are you aware that the federal government has withdrawn that analysis and says it is no longer to be used or applied, or any of the documents related to it? That's yes or no question.
Objection that this was asked and answered. I believe Ms. Heim went over this ground.
Well, the witness just brought up that we're supposed to use the social cost of greenhouse gas calculations provided by the EPA, and those calculations no longer exist because they've been withdrawn by the federal government due to several problems that Ms. Hines did identify that are listed in executive order. But I'm asking Mr. Fitzmaurice if he wants us to rely on the EPA calculations that have been withdrawn and are no longer do stand.
And I'd further object then that assumes facts and evidence. I don't think we've seen any evidence on the current status beyond the executive order that Ms. Heim showed about the social cost of carbon at EPA.
I'm going to allow the question. The question is very specific to the very recent conversation. Is he aware it's been withdrawn? Not what was in it, not was it offered. Is he stating, I believe, that I am aware of it, I am not aware of it? As to what anybody can make out of that would be a follow-up question.
Political jockeying aside, I think that the analysis that is outlined in that social cost of greenhouse gases is valid and thorough. One of the Nobel Prizes was awarded in 2018 to an individual on their work developing this kind of analysis. So whether or not the EPA formally withdraws that does not negate the fact that this was a robust analysis that was conducted and is available for the use by the commission.
I'm going to jump in and say I find that non-responsive. I think it's elucidating, but are you aware it was withdrawn? Is the question. That's basically a yes or no.
So I saw today this executive order. I don't know if that means it's been formally withdrawn or that the administration intends to withdraw it. Would have to see what the actual status is of that for the Environmental Protection Agency.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Fitzmaurice, what we're talking about here is Executive Order 14154 that was signed by the President on January 20th, 2025, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And as a policy expert in the field of energy and climate, have you reviewed that executive order?
I have not yet, and most of my work and expertise is dedicated to work at the state level, though that I will be tracking the status of the social cost of greenhouse gas report federally, but have not read word for word this executive order.
Okay, but you're asking the commission to rely on a federal calculation, correct?
The most robust analysis that's been conducted to put a dollar amount to the harm caused by each additional ton of greenhouse gases emitted into our atmosphere. Yes.
Okay, so going to that response, has the calculation fluctuated fairly wildly over time, spanning different presidential administrations? The social cost of greenhouse gas calculation, has that fluctuated drastically?
I referred earlier to political jockeying. I think the recognized social cost has varied, but the robust analysis that's here, I think it's not been as extreme. I think that the administration previously, without as robust of an analysis, reduced the officially recognized dollar amount, and then that was replaced by the report that I've been referring to that put that number at $190 per tons for 2020 US emissions.
Okay. I'm going to go to my last topic here, and thank you for bearing with me, Mr. Fitzmaurice and Mr. President and colleagues and parties. And this is on specifically what you just talked about, the social cost of greenhouse gases and a specific dollar amount attributed to that. Can you please explain to us how that dollar amount is used, how it works?
So if you wanted to...
Objection really fast. Vice President Fielder, just to kind of move this forward, are you asking how it's derived or how it's used? So I would object on the basis of ambiguous. And if Madam Vice President could clarify, I think that would be helpful.
Mr. President, I'm happy to clarify. I'm trying, the purpose of cross-examination is to gain clarification and flesh out facts. And I am trying to obtain clarification and understanding on how this social cost of greenhouse gases calculation would be used and what that actually means in terms of where does that money go?
So yes, I will do my best to answer that as concisely as possible. Would also refer you to the filing in the rulemaking petition for more information. The social cost of greenhouse gases is a representation of the harms to society of each additional ton of greenhouse gases, as I talk about here in my testimony. It is very likely an underrepresentation because there are pieces that aren't brought into that calculation. The way you would use it is multiplying the cost of each ton in the year that you're looking at by the total emissions of whatever source you are looking at, and identifying that those are the externalized cost of that, be it a generation facility. It's not an adder, as has been talked about in a lot of these discussions. It is a way to understand the true costs of these resources and provide for a more holistic understanding and analysis in these discussions.
Okay, so and thank you for that. How is that applied or applicable then in this proceeding?
Yes, I would refer to my testimony where I discuss the social cost of greenhouse gases from YCGS, and I believe we updated. I updated that number with the most recent information from DEQ's environmental analysis of YCGS, that with 695,217 tons of CO2 equivalent greenhouse gas emissions annually, that would be $132 million from that facility of harms to society for each year of operation.
Okay, and so who should are you suggesting that the utility should pay for those harms to somebody in some way?
No, I'm suggesting that those harms should be considered in the decision of whether or not those resources should be pursued, and that they should bring light to the fact that more cost-effective, more prudent resources would be carbon-free alternatives.
Okay, so you're not in any way suggesting that solar and wind should receive a carbon adder to help offset those impacts?
No.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President, I think I'm finished, and thank you, Mr. Fitzmaurice, for your time.
Mr. President, I have one quick question. It's book a check.
Oh,
One,
sure.
may I please? Thank you, sir. So my first question that I asked today, I'm thinking maybe I didn't ask it clearly enough. So I'm just going to I'm going to ask it again and try to make it a little more clear. So your description of human-caused climate change has become a bit blurred compared to your description on page 2. So because anthropogenic, it's been blurred to complex issues such as related to wildfires. So like I said, the way I asked my question first time around may not have been clear. So on page 2 of your testimony, and it's talking about the purpose of your testimony, you asked the Public Service Commission to consider climate change impacts arising from the fossil fuel activities of the utilities it regulates. So that's how it's pertinent to this race case.
Mm-hmm.
Can we assume elsewhere in the document where you refer to climate change, you're referring to climate change arising specifically from fossil fuel activities of utility companies and not anything that's blurred?
Well, so I'm discussing the issue of anthropogenic climate change broadly. Within that, I think about 75% of anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions come from fossil fuel combustion. In this rate case, the issue that I'm addressing in my testimony is specifically the greenhouse gas emissions associated with Northwestern Energy's fossil fuel resources.
So other places in your testimony, then, when you say climate change, you might be referring to that more blurred version. You're not referring to what it says here specifically under the purpose of your testimony, because this says specifically, consider the climate change impacts arising from the fossil fuel activities of the utilities it regulates. So that's, you said like 75% of human cause. So the other 25%, when we see climate change referred to in the rest of your testimony, it could involve that other 25% that's a little more blurred, whereas this is very clear.
Right. So climate change is the aggregate of all, is being driven by all of those emissions from all anthropogenic sources.
So when I asked if every place else you put climate change, you're referring to the 75% plus the 25%, not specifically to what you talk about in the purpose of your testimony. Because this says specifically fossil fuel activities of the utilities it regulates. It's just a simple question. So are you including wildfire and other things that's a little more blurred? I'm just asking a simple clarifying question.
So I'm referring to the impacts of climate change that are causing risk to the utility, as well as the activities of the utility that are contributing to and exacerbating that problem.
Okay, so anything that you consider human caused is what you include when you say climate change.
I believe that is right.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Thank you.
I believe it's my turn. I also believe it's 11:54, and silly me, I was hoping it would be done today by lunch, and that's not going to happen. So I'm going to say we're going to come back at 1:30, our usual standard, and you and I will begin.
Great.
And I look forward to it. We are adjourned until 1:30.
Milner, I have a request from our witness to shorten lunch slightly so that she can be on her way. She's leaving town this afternoon. Is it possible to do a 75-minute lunch? Come back at 1:15?
Would you like to? It's fine with me. but I'm assuming you're talking about your next witness.
Yes.
If you'd like, we could bring her in right after lunch
No.
and pick this back up. I don't know how long she's going to take. It's up to you.
Let's finish up with Mr. Fitzmaurice first, and if any party objects, that's fine as well, but
Okay, we'll be back at 11:14 because I am so compliant.
Mr. President, could you please restate what time we will be back?
1:14.
Thank you.
even greener. We're back on the record. So 1:15 as announced. Mr. Fitzpatrick and I were about to engage in cross-examination. I'll preface this by saying that you and I are not going to settle the total discussion on global warming in the next 15 minutes. And my questioning, for what it's worth, will not attempt to do that. I'm trying to lay some context out there. On page 3, you say that the state having warmed more than most states. Why would Montana warm more than bordering states or most states, considering we have mountains that would keep us cooler?
I believe that the Montana climate assessment, or maybe that's actually in reference to the national climate assessment showing the different regions, has shown that Montana has experienced increased warming. A lot of that is an experience of the coldest colds not being quite so cold. If that answers your question.
Why would that be? We are, according to my understanding from the listening in to the oral arguments on held, it was stated, and nobody refuted it, so we'll take it as a fact, that Montana's greenhouse gas emissions are 1/1000th of 1% of the world, and much of that is double counted, i.e. you count when you pump the oil out of the ground, then you count it again when it burns in the car. So double it, quadruple it, take it times 10. What difference would it make?
Objection, Mr. President, just briefly. I think it assumes facts, not in evidence, as far as what percentage of global greenhouse gas emissions Montana emissions are.
I used the oral arguments before the Montana Supreme Court, which were not refuted.
Mr. President, I recognize that it's your authority to rule on the objection, so I won't say anything further.
Can you tell me why Montana would have a notably different increase in temperatures from other states, many of which are industrial?
So if I'm recalling correctly, I believe like the North Plains region, I'm trying to remember exactly where that was in the study, has experienced more temperature increase. And that's as a result of just the global patterns in temperature shift. That specifically is not tied to the emissions necessarily in Montana. I would also say that the emissions associated with our state, and I believe even in those proceedings would have to go to that record. There were some other figures presented as far as the amount of greenhouse gases that Montana can be accountable for, particularly as an exporting state of coal and other fossil fuels, where that Montana is a significant contributor. But the emissions of greenhouse gases contribute to climate change globally. The effects of climate change impact the entire world. Those impacts are different region to region, and it's been shown in the scientific literature that our region has increased more than other regions in temperature, average temperature.
Okay. Recently, testimony was given on this case that Yellowstone generation plant would produce about 0.7% of greenhouse gases generated in Montana. Do you recall that number?
Without a calculator in front of me, I would not be able to, I guess.
I'm not asking you to verify the number. I'm asking if you heard that testimony.
That was in this rate proceeding? I don't recall who said that.
I don't either. I just remember hearing it.
Right.
Do you have any numbers as to not tons, but percentage, that assuming the plant was running all the time or whatever our assumption is, about what that percentage would be for greenhouse gas emissions into the Montana environment from Yellowstone?
Let's see. Well, I would need to refresh myself on the total annual emissions for Montana, and then take a percentage there. And let me think. But what I would say is that, as I've said previously, each additional ton is significant in causing warming, in the range of 700,000 metric tons of annual emissions from that plant is certainly significant. I would be hesitant to take a stab at a percent without doing some checking and pulling out a calculator.
On page 6, lines 10 through 11, report finds myriad health impacts within these categories. What are the categories? I'm going to have to assume it would be mainly respiratory, but I might not be accurate in that.
Let's see.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, which page are we at?
Page 6, lines 10 and 11.
I believe, refresh my memory, I think I'm referring to specifically the categories that I mentioned right before that.
You were talking about, the question was, please discuss public health impacts experienced in Montana due to climate change.
Right.
And your answer, and I'm looking at the last sentence, is the report finds myriad health impacts within these categories. What are the categories?
Yeah, so that would be from increased summer temperatures, periods of extreme heat, reduced air quality as a result of wildfires and smoke from their increased size and frequency, increased frequency of extreme weather events. So those that are listed here,
No, I understand that part, but this last sentence seems to be more, okay, so you have rapid snow melt and wildfires and all that sort of thing. But the report finds myriad health impacts in these categories.
yes, yeah. So
What are the health?
what are the health impacts?
Yes, the human health impacts
Yes.
from these causations.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would say respiratory disease and those air quality related things would be related to wildfire, increased haze, and air pollution from that. Temperature related illness from increased temperatures, waterborne illness, and flooding and potential severe weather events, also injury and death from severe weather events, to name a few.
Okay, help me out with this, but I thought you were going to say like asthma, heart attack, things like that, not just people, get hot and suffer heat sickness.
I think those are all relevant health impacts. There is a significant amount of people that die from heat-related issues. I think that I think the Montana climate assessment references a specific heat event that it wasn't specific to Montana, but in France that was attributed to in the range of 1,500 deaths, premature deaths. So that is one of a number of significant concerns.
Okay. I really wanted to get into that, but you're not allowing me in very deep, so I'll just kind of ask it. Is there any indication that people that live downstream from, say, Colstrip or soon to be Yellowstone, or actually Yellowstone, that there should be a widening plume of people with asthma, heart attacks, and strokes if indeed the activities from Colstrip are causing them, other than a general 1,500 people?
Yeah.
Is there evidence physical evidence, not algorithm evidence, of causation?
So I would differentiate, I guess, two interrelated sets of health impacts. It sounds like you're referring to like particulate and kind of immediate air pollution in that vicinity. And there is certainly health impact from that, asthma, respiratory disease, other things. But when we're looking at the climate impacts, while oftentimes those particulate and other hazardous emissions are associated with the greenhouse gas emissions, I think categorize that as a slightly separate group of impacts that, yes.
Yeah, sure. Fair enough. You were referencing one thing and I was seeing something else as a question. That's fine. Kind of sort of on page 12, but throughout, you address a lot of issues through the utility.
Yes.
You really don't get into usage. You get into generation. If you want to reduce climate issues from generation, why wouldn't you get into usage? Reducing the thermostat on a furnace, reducing the thermostat for air conditioning. Usage of a cell phone. I recently read that a cell phone requires the amount of energy of a small, energy efficient refrigerator, not to plug it in and charge it, but because you can call anywhere in the world and the entire system is kept alive for each phone. So as opposed to putting it into people's utility bills, just regulate the use of the electricity.
Certainly demand side management, efficiency is an important part of this conversation. I sit on the demand side management advisory group for Northwestern. It wasn't the exact purpose of my testimony to get into those issues. I would say that one driver we are seeing is that increasing temperatures is driving increased load on the system, and that's another issue we have to address with particularly summer cooling needs that historically wasn't necessarily a big thing in Montana. We're now seeing a dual peak in both the winter and summer, so that's a part of this conversation.
Okay. You go quite a bit into social costs. Is there a difference in social costs between California and Montana?
Could you clarify?
Whatever you're thinking social costs are, and you go into it in myriad ways.
The social cost of carbon is would be the same for each ton emitted, regardless of where it's emitted.
Okay. So is there less net effect in California than Montana? And what I'm aiming for here is that California has, I believe, the most distributed generation in America. They have quite possibly the most solar in America, particularly rooftop. And yet their climate doesn't seem to be any better than anywhere else. And you got into cost, and yet they're number 2 in residential utility rates in the nation. You were saying you can lower costs by going with distributed generation, by going with renewables. They've done it. Their costs are almost double to triple Montana, depending on where you look. Are they realizing a net positive as opposed to just they're addressing a theory and a world that would exist as they wish it would, but it's just costing more money?
Yeah, I mean, I am not prepared to speak at length about California. I would say that they have their own nuanced history from Enron to other things. I know we have our history of deregulation, and I believe that started in California. So I'm sure there's pieces unwinding there. I would also say that other states like Texas are also leading in deployment of wind and solar, I believe, and would also have to compare that. I think that there's a lot of factors that contribute, and I would say that long run, I think the large deployment of carbon-free renewable sources would lead to that downward pressure in rates.
Thank you for that. Can you name me a state that has added renewables to a significant amount that has seen a significant reduction in rate?
I think that the regulated utility model makes it challenging to experience substantial decreases in rates with the investor-owned utilities that are incentivized to continually increase profit. I do think that those resources would mitigate what would be even higher rates in those states.
So is it your testimony that we would have to change the investor-owned utility model wherever it exists in order to see a reduction in rates from greater deployment of renewables?
I don't want to get too into the weeds on changing the model of all this. I think that's just to say that there are a lot of factors at play, and wouldn't at the moment want to speculate too far as to what a reconfiguration would look like.
Your testimony was that the thing stopping your rate reduction is the IOU model. We have a lot of non-IOU models in Montana. Across the nation, Nebraska is all co-op, various names, but they're all co-op. Montana is about a third is co-op. So we have a lot of, we have two major IOUs, and we have a lot of customer-owned. Can you give me a state or a region or a model that the increase in expenditures for renewables has resulted in a rate reduction in any state in the union?
I don't have that information available.
So you don't know?
I don't.
So your testimony that this would, that this deployment of renewables would lower cost is really not supported by foundation?
Well, I would say that these resources, particularly wind and solar, their cost per megawatt hour generation are below the costs of other resources. They're cost competitive. And if you are building new infrastructure, there's going to be something that's going to go into rates. Eventually, other depreciated items might be taken out of rates, and we might see a reduction. But there's a lot of factors at play, and that kind of comes down to how everything is eventually put in rates.
I'm going to skip ahead. This goes to a question raised by Commissioner Bukacek. That when somebody is looking at and claiming renewables are the lowest cost, and I forget the outfit that was doing the
Lazard, levelized cost of electricity,
that reliability was not part of their concern. Therefore, tell me if I'm wrong, what they're saying is the cost per megawatt generated from wind or solar is less than from, say, coal or hydro or natural gas. So it's just the cost of generation is all they're looking at. Is that correct?
I believe so. And that analysis also looks at combined wind and storage, solar and storage. I think that there are a lot of grid services that can be provided from existing battery technology, voltage regulation, frequency regulation, grid forming inverters for renewable energy itself can provide services to the grid. Like I've said earlier, it is requiring a rethinking of how we run things. This electric grid has been around for a very long time, and we are bringing it into the 21st century with the capabilities and technology softwares that we have.
Hey, I'm looking at a total cost. You went a bit beyond my question here. So when you're looking at it, and a lot has been talked about in the last couple of days and by yourself, well, there's resources, wind resources. All you need to do is build a transmission line, and you can fill in on days like we had in January of 2024 from New Mexico. $1 million a mile for a cheap transmission line. That would be hundreds of millions of dollars for transmission line for intermittent energy, which may or may not take place on any given day. So that's a cost. In Montana, because of sun, I believe, the initial cost of hooking into the grid, substations, et cetera, is not borne by QFs. It's borne by Northwestern, which is a Northwestern customer. If you're not concerned with reliability, you also don't need a regulation product, which also means you don't have any, when you flick on the light and the lights come on, you're amazed, as opposed to wondering why they didn't come on. Therefore, it's basically just a windmill in the middle of a stubble field, which is a giant electromagnet. It's not connected to anything. Is that pretty much what they're using as a lower cost? Is just the cost of generation, not the cost of reliable delivery?
I believe the Department of Energy conducted an analysis in the last couple of years, and would have to look back to find the exact numbers that showed that for every dollar we invest in the national grid, the system would experience in the range of, I want to say, $1.80 in net benefits. So I would, I guess, caution to say that those are not. I guess I would say that that investments in the grid are needed and beneficial and will contribute to affordable, reliable power. As far as Lazard's study and their analysis, whether that includes transmission connectivity, I'm not sure on that. And certainly, depending on where these facilities are sited, there's going to be a range of costs associated with that. And that's an important factor in siting any such project.
Moving right along, you quoted the IPCC, which for those who might be watching, I'm sure we've gone viral virtually every day so far. That is now adopted as an organization by the United Nations. Is that correct?
I believe so. I believe that the United Nations maybe commissioned those studies, that group.
Okay. When I saw some of your pre-filed, I kind of figured this might come up, and you didn't disappoint. I actually had to go and Google IPCC. It wasn't something I'd spent a lot of time on. So according to Wikipedia, the way they come up with their findings is they don't do original research. Is that correct?
Correct. It's a literature review of the existing leading edge science.
Those that are, some of their members are picked to be on the review committee. And then they picked white papers on the subject. Is that correct?
I believe so. They review the substantial literature on climate science and synthesize it into each of the 3 working group reports and then the final synthesis report. It's a very tedious and involved process.
And once they're done, the other members of the IPCC, which were not on the review, may comment, but they don't get a vote on what is released. Is that accurate?
I'm not familiar with that part of the process.
So when you're relying on them, you're not relying on original research. When you rely on them and quote them, you're relying on documents reviewed by them that they say are proper scientifically backed documents, which are not then peer reviewed by the other members or peer reviewed by those outside of that group. Even if they were, we'll call them green groups, they might come up with other findings and understandings. Would that be correct?
In relying on the IPCC report, I'm relying on the gold standard of climate science in the world, where they bring together top scientists from many countries to assess the existing science that's been peer reviewed in its own right and piece that together into their reports that demonstrate what the science is telling them and to what degree of confidence and certainty that science holds.
Would you agree that the main function of science is not to be static? but rather to always challenge itself and find new theories, new theorems, and new findings, which then 10 years later might be somewhat obsolete. But in between, you have 3 or 4 different interpretations and publications, all of which are being touted as, using your words, gold standard.
Yes, so the IPCC, this report I reference is their 6th report. I believe the first report was in 1990. They come out with a new report every 5 to 7 years and take the latest in the scientific literature and update that. So this recent one that was kind of released in parts from maybe late 2021 to sometime in 2023 was the latest edition of that.
Which brings me to my point. I'm glad you're glad to hear that. Okay, so how would Northwestern, when you say they should consider global science, climate science, how would they know which report to rely on? And how would the Montana Public Service Commission know which reports to rely on when there are several, all of which are gold standard, and all of which are up for review and change? How would we know which theory to follow?
I would say that the 3 reports that I have referenced are in alignment: the Montana Climate Assessment, the National Climate Assessment, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, 6th Assessment. I would point the commission to use the most up-to-date of any of these. So you would not go to IPCC 5, you'd go to the 6th, you'd go to the National Assessment 5, which is, I believe, the current one. And I believe you might find more granularity if you go to, say, the Montana one on specifically what's going on in Montana than if you were at the IPCC level. But I think that those all, they're not in contradiction in any way.
Okay, so let's say we do that. And one of the interveners stands and says, there's a better report than that. And here's what this one says. And they both sound okay to us, but MEIC says we should follow these. And the other guy says we should follow those. And then you got a new one that comes out. Exactly at what point are we, in your view, supposed to be dedicated to, in Northwestern and MDU and Basin for the co-ops? At what point are we really tied to a theory that is always in flux, always being challenged, and we're waiting on report number 12?
Well, I would say that, I would ask if there is a report written in opposition, is that a conglomeration of premier scientists from around the globe, or is that one person trying to poke holes and draw some confusion around it? I think that the IPCC report is a conglomeration of what is the broad agreement of virtually, I think, north of 99% of scientific opinion, which in a scientific sense is about as good as you can get for what the impact of greenhouse gas emissions it has on our climate system.
That's my point. You're arguing for one report. Somebody else can come and argue for another report. You really think the commission's job is to poke holes and then try to determine truth when these are global issues with global scientists, none of which seem to agree? The time frames seem to change as to when ice will melt, etc. Are we really the proper form for doing that? Or would it be more responsible for us to say DEQ has set the air standards and here we go? The legislature set the air standards and that's what we're going to follow. Congress has set the air standards and that's what we're going to follow. Should we be the lead group?
I think it is incumbent upon all Montanans, all state agencies to maintain and improve our clean and healthful environment. and that's for present and future generations. I think that falls to the DEQ. It also falls to the Public Service Commission that is regulating the largest polluters of greenhouse gases in the state of Montana. And I would say that the IPCC is a group of scientists that are showing the agreement, and that's not. I guess I would push back a little bit at that characterization of it.
Push back all you want. Last but not least, and I think this goes to the duplicity of many of the arguments going around society on this. CO2 from forest fires, which we've had several discussions on. Trees are a carbon sink. When a tree dies and decomposes, the CO2 is released. If it catches fire and burns, the CO2 is released faster. Whether that fire was created by a lightning strike, nature caused, or somebody driving through tall grass with a catalytic converter and starting it, man caused. The net outcome is the same. No matter who owns coal strip 3 and what percentage, the outcome is the same. Yet, we like to try and cast blame when it serves no purpose. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think that there's the mix of the conditions that make it ripe, make the environment ripe for fire season. And I think what's at issue here is the impact of climate change leading to longer, drier summers, increasing the length and severity of fire season. And then there's also the issue of what might spark that blaze. And those are two important issues and certainly related, but distinct in a number of ways.
I thought I was done, but now look what you've done. In the Campfire Fire in California, climate change was alleged to be part of it and quite possibly a causation of it as far as severity went. And the courts ruled that's not true. It was caused by a spark and driven by wind, which is very different than what we're getting out of our own held. Which kind of goes back to exactly who would the Public Service Commission as an economic regulator depend on to make climate change decisions as opposed to economic decisions, which is all we're set up for.
So I would say the developing kind of field of attribution science increasingly can show how climate change has increased the likelihood and severity of a number of these extreme weather events and wildfires. I think I lay out in my testimony the reports and bodies that bring together the cutting edge science to assess the impact of greenhouse gases. I think that the role of the Public Service Commission in regulating gas and electric utilities is understanding and bringing into the decision process what the emissions are of facilities that are, say, being put into rate base, and taking that into consideration, and particularly the harm that that causes.
Do any other commissioners have any questions on cross for the suit? We're going around for round 2 real quick. Does anybody have any new questions?
Couple, Mr. President.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please.
Thank you. I just want to go back to this fire question, and that is because Mr. Fitzmaurice has indicated that his concern about wildfires is one of the reasons he got involved in his field of work. I want to get a little bit of clarification here. Mr. Fitzmaurice, does burning, whether it be fossil fuels or whether it be trees in our forest, do those combustions contribute CO2 to the atmosphere?
Yes.
Okay. Would reducing the the amount of fire on the landscape reduce the amount of CO2 being admitted into the atmosphere?
Yes.
Have you done anything to work on trying to reduce the amount of burning that is occurring in Montana on our public lands?
I would argue that everything I have done today and in this position is to that effect, to mitigate increasing risks of climate change, such as these more intense wildfires.
Well, I'm not talking about the theory of climate change. I'm talking about actually reducing acres burned. And so there are decisions being made by government agencies to use fire on the landscape to burn vegetation in order to reduce fuel loads. Are you generally aware of that?
Yes, prescribed burning, my understanding is a practice to mitigate the severity of an unplanned fire. And trees are part of the natural carbon cycle, but what we see with the current severity and degree of acreage burned in wildfires is forests burning at a rate that is much higher than what can be kind of replaced naturally.
When a government agency makes a decision to intentionally burn trees in Montana, does that contribute to climate change?
Burning trees would add their CO2 into the atmosphere. Is that anthropogenic climate change? That gets into semantics, I guess. If you're going to be reducing, sorry.
Yeah, I'm talking about a decision made by government, which is comprised of people, to intentionally and actively burn. Does that contribute to human-caused climate change, in your opinion?
I think that my understanding of that practice would be that the intent is to reduce the severity of natural wildfires, and therefore the net impact would be less burned vegetation. But as I've testified previously, this isn't necessarily my exact area of expertise.
Okay, yeah, I know you're saying that, but I also know there's some things that are pretty obvious, and that is that burning trees puts CO2 into the air. You're concerned about the amount of CO2 going into the air. And there are other ways to reduce vegetation that don't require burning it, right?
Sure, yes.
Okay. And have you done anything to advocate for those other means of reducing vegetation as opposed to burning it?
That's not the focus of my work. And I've said earlier that fire has always been a natural part of the landscape. It's a matter of the extent and severity of that.
Yeah, so I'm not talking about, as you know, I'm not talking about or asking you about the natural fire on the landscape. I'm talking specifically about man-caused and more specifically government decisions to burn the landscape. And you have said you got into this field of work because you were concerned about carbon emissions in the air, and you're concerned about human-caused carbon emissions in the air. And I'm just wondering if you've done anything or looked into factors that are more readily addressed, like using timber management and grazing to reduce fuel loads on the landscape as opposed to burning the landscape. And it doesn't sound like you have. Am I correct?
I don't think that I'm disposed to necessarily speak to this at length. I will say that I did say that I have experienced the impact of wildfire on my community. I've also experienced prescribed burns in my community to protect structures, including my parents' home, from those burns. And those have been effective. I have not done work in the area that you are asking.
Yeah, I've been impacted by those fires too, and so have my constituents. And a lot of those fires are intentional, and they're intentionally large because timber and grazing is no longer allowed on the landscape to reduce vegetation, primarily due to environmental litigation. And now the Forest Service has to resort to using fire to burn it up because they can't do it in other ways. So that's been a growing concern of mine, and that's been a huge impact on my family and my constituents in Western Montana as well. So I hope that you will look into those things because those are real health effects that are impacting all of us. And there are ways to reduce the amount of CO2 going into the air without shutting down essential life services like these firm energy sources provide. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
Does staff have any questions on cross witness?
No questions.
Do interveners have any questions based on what commission issues, on whatever issues the commission may have raised? Seeing no brave souls. Did you wish? Oh, we got one.
Well, we're not an intervener, but yes,
Yeah.
I just very
Does
limited.
Northwestern have any cross of this witness?
Just very limited recross. I just had one small line. You were discussing with President Milner about the social cost of carbon and the relative cost for renewables. One of the issues of competitive costs between renewables and thermals is the social cost of carbon, right? Just that when you factor in the social cost of carbon for thermal resources, is that true?
Those resources are competitive without factoring in social cost.
Okay. Did you calculate the social cost of carbon for alternatives like those discussed in Ms. Hodeling's testimony?
In my testimony, I do not.
Okay. Did you take into account or try to quantify any of the environmental costs for the other alternatives that the joint parties claim that Northwestern should have considered?
That was not part of my analysis, but the emissions would be dramatically lower, very effectively insignificant.
The emissions would have, but the environmental impacts are still significant for the manufacturing, the mining of the lithium, for the lithium ion batteries, decommissioning of renewable resources, correct?
Certainly the resources that we use, it's important to consider the environmental impact. We have a long way to go in across the board in our economy and recovering materials, precious metals that are used in everything. Once we've taken it out of the ground, it's the easiest to keep it in use and minimize the need for future endeavors to do so.
That's all I have, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the joint parties like to redirect?
Not without some trepidation. I'm going to try and be brief with this, recognizing the time you spent in the hot seat, Mr. Fitzmaurice.
Well considered.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple things. Mr. Fitzmaurice, I believe you have in front of you Executive Order 14154, which purports to withdraw the social cost of carbon from federal decision-making.
Yes.
In the highlighted section of this exhibit that was given to you, is there any citation to any science that justifies withdrawal of the social cost of carbon?
There is not.
Thank you. Moving on. Ms. Heim asked you some questions about how you could assess the impacts of the greenhouse gas emissions associated with the Yellowstone County generating station. Is there a metric that you use to assess the impacts of those greenhouse gas emissions from Yellowstone County generating station in your testimony?
Yes, that's the social cost of greenhouse gases.
And ballpark, how much harm would those greenhouse gas emissions cause based on the social cost of carbon?
Over the lifetime, it was, I think, 4.3 billion.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzmaurice. Also, there was this exhibit that Ms. Heim presented to you as a statement from Larry Fink. There's a highlighted portion there talking about energy pragmatism. From the segment that you read, was that about providing energy for data centers?
Yes, it appears it is.
Is that an issue in this rate case?
No.
Right. I was going to ask you a question about carbon core transmission lines, but I'll move on from that. It's a possibility. Okay. There was some questioning from President Molnar about the comparative costs of renewables versus coal generation, thermal generation.
Yes.
Is that question addressed specifically with respect to Montana in the coal crossover report cited in your testimony?
Yes, it is. Colstrip is one of the facilities analyzed.
And how does Colstrip compare to new renewable energy generation in Montana?
New renewable energy would be cheaper.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzmaurice. Question also, I believe, from President Molnar about the cost of electricity in Montana, comparing co-ops to Northwestern Energy. Do you offhand know whether or not co-op members pay higher or lower rates than Northwestern Energy ratepayers?
So co-ops in Montana generally have much lower rates. They have access to BPA's hydro infrastructure in the Northwest, and that's often why if you go to just EIA for the cost of electricity in Montana, you might see a lower number than what Northwestern Energy's customers are paying, because they have access to these resources that have been fully depreciated and are providing low cost power.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzmaurice. And finally, President Molnar asked you some questions about how the Public Service Commission is to play in adjudicating, what role it's supposed to play in adjudicating competing climate science. In this case, has Northwestern Energy presented any competing climate science?
No.
Has the large customer group?
No.
Has any other party?
No, they have not.
Is the climate science contested by evidence in this case?
It is not.
So this would be an easy case.
Correct.
And question about what Northwestern Energy could do to learn about the science of climate change. Would the first step be to employ at least one person with some expertise in the field?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzmaurice. Thank you, President Molnar and commissioners, for your time. I have no further questions and would ask that this witness be permanently excused.
Without exception, this witness is permanently excused. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Mr. President, Commissioners, the joint parties call their final witness, Amanda Leven.
Amanda, have you been sworn in? Please raise your right hand. Amanda, do you solemnly affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and do so without purpose of evasion? Thank you. Your witness is sworn in. Please proceed.
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Amanda Leven. Last name is spelled Levin.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by the Natural Resources Defense Council, NRDC, and I am the Director of Policy Analysis.
Thank you. Did you provide pre-filed testimony in this case?
Yes, I provided both cross-answering testimony as well as 2 non-settling party testimonies.
Okay, do you have those testimonies in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Are those true and correct copies of the testimony that you prepared and filed in this case?
Yes, they are.
And if I were to, and I have marked those testimonies as MEIC-6, which is your cross-intervenor testimony, and MEIC-6 confidential. MEIC-7 is non-settling party testimony addressing the settlement between Northwestern Energy and the Northern Cheyenne Tribe. And I've marked MEIC-8, the non-settling party testimony regarding the partial electric stipulation. If I were to ask you the same questions in that pre-filed testimony here today, would you provide the same answers under oath?
Yes, I would.
And do you have any corrections to those testimonies?
No, I don't.
I'm losing my game here. I would move for the admission of MEIC-6, MEIC-6 confidential, MEIC-7, and MEIC-8.
Are there any objections to the admission? Seeing none, admitted.
Thank you.
And I tender Ms. Leven for cross-examination.
Do interveners have, oh, wait a minute. Do I start with Northwestern automatically? Large customer group, do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Leven.
Good afternoon.
Do you have a copy of the exhibit MEIC-7 and MEIC-8 in front of you?
Yes, those are my 2 non-settling party testimonies, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Just have a couple of questions about those. First, let's talk about what's not there. Would you agree with me, as I understood your testimony, that you have not offered testimony regarding the natural gas settlement in this proceeding?
No, I have not.
Okay. And so in that context, would you agree with me that you have not offered any testimony that the natural gas settlement should not be approved by the commission? Fair?
No, I am solely an electricity expert.
Okay. And then with regard to the settlement between Northwestern and the tribes, do I understand your position that you do not object to the commission's approval of that settlement agreement, although you have other considerations that you would offer in addition? Is that fair?
The only adjustment I would make is that we support that settlement and would want the commission to approve it. However, we note that our other kind of recommendations in my cross-answering are not fully addressed by the tribal settlement. And so we ask still for a dedicated Colstrip docket.
Okay, very good. So with those 2 things out of the way, I now want to talk about the electric settlement testimony and your positions regarding that. And I believe, for the record, I'm going to be referring to MEIC Exhibit 8. All right. I would call your attention, Ms. Leven, first to the, in that testimony, you have, starting at page 4, if I understood your testimony correctly, a series then of concerns that you raise with regard to the electric settlement. And I'd just like to take each of those in turn to understand those implications. So first of all, if I could refer you to page AML4 of that testimony, and I'm going to start I would say apologizing, but it wasn't my fault. At least my copy of this doesn't have line numbers.
Yeah, I don't think mine does either.
Okay, so we're going to try to navigate this without line numbers, but I appreciate your patience with that. First thing is, with regards to Colstrip, you make a number of recommendations to the commission. And let me start, please. If you look about halfway down the page of page 4, you note that, and this is, you're referring to the testimony of joint parties witness Michael Goggin. You state, he specifically called on the commission to not only reject the RCBA, but to also require Northwestern to present a detailed evaluation of both the need and of alternatives before allowing Northwestern to recover any costs associated with environmental upgrades at Colstrip. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so first of all, you would agree with me that the electric stipulation contemplates that there will not be an RCBA consistent with your recommendation. Fair?
Yes, that is fair.
Okay. And then the second recommendation, which is to require Northwestern to present this detailed evaluation. My understanding of that recommendation is that that is something that you are recommending, not specifically in this case, but to be done in the future prior to Northwestern recovering costs associated with future environmental upgrades. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So you would agree with me that there would be nothing inconsistent with that recommendation if the commission were to approve the partial electric settlement, correct?
I agree with the kind of caveat that what we're suggesting with this additional recommendation is we know that Colstrip and future Colstrip costs related to potential environmental compliance has been an issue and will be an issue in the future. And we would like the commission to note in its final order here that not only do they reject the RCBA, as you were correct, the partial settlement does, but also that Northwestern Energy must come not with a new RCBA in the next rate case, but with a detailed evaluation of both the costs and benefits and alternatives.
Appreciate that. But let me try to restate it this way. You would agree with me that the commission could both fully accept all of the rates proposed in the settlement and adopt this recommendation regarding future consideration of Colstrip costs without modifying the rates that are proposed in the settlement, correct?
Yes, we have other issues, which I know you'll talk through. But in terms of the Colstrip, pieces in the settlement, that is correct.
Okay. Yeah, and just so, we're going to go through this on all this. We'll get a chance to talk about this for each of your recommendations. Okay. And just as a general principle, do I understand your concern correctly that at least you and the organization that you represent believe that future environmental upgrades at Colstrip may not be warranted and that there might be better or different alternatives that you would recommend that the Commission and Northwestern consider in the future? Is that fair?
I think that is fair, that we would at least like to see what the alternatives are and ensure that any decision and investment that is being made is in the best interest of customers to meet their needs.
Okay. Let's now turn to page 5 of your of the testimony there, please.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you look at the second paragraph on page 5, or I guess it's the first full paragraph, you then have and I'm trying to tell you, I think maybe an additional recommendation, but you recommend that the commission require Northwestern to analyze scenarios with different future capacity contributions and closure dates for Colstrip. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. My takeaway from that recommendation is that that's a recommendation that you are making for the commission, mostly in the context of future integrated resource planning and not necessarily future rate cases. Is that correct?
Yes, I think we were trying to identify a already scheduled, regular type of docket where this kind of assessment that Goggin and I recommend might occur, and a place where there would be a natural, I would say, fit for this type of assessment. And we identified the IRP as one.
Okay. And then similarly, at the bottom of page 5, and I think you've already mentioned this, you asked the commission to open a dedicated docket to address current and future Colstrip issues, I guess more broadly. Is that fair?
Yes, that is.
Okay. And then for both of these recommendations, again, just so that I understand, would you agree with me that the commission could fully accept all of the terms and conditions of the settlement as it relates to the electric rates at issue in this proceeding?
Yes.
And if they wanted to, adopt these other recommendations regarding Colstrip and future considerations that you are recommending?
Yes, that is correct. And I want to make it clear that this particular question, I wasn't saying that I took issue with this settlement in terms of getting rid of the RCBA, but rather that it just didn't go to all of our issues we raised around Colstrip. But they are not, they can be both accepted.
Okay. And if the commission declines in this instance to create a specific path as you are suggesting, would you agree with me that you and the entity who you are representing retain all of the rights that you would otherwise have to fully participate in future resource planning and rate case proceedings before this commission?
That is correct.
Okay. I want to turn now to page 6 and the next issue that you raise, which relates to the FERC revenue crediting issue.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, were you listening at all to the testimony that was presented early in this proceeding from the LCG witness, Mr. Kevin Higgins, on this subject?
I did listen to Kevin Higgins. I cannot remember everything, but I will try.
Okay. And were you listening earlier in this proceeding to the testimony that was offered by Ms. Glenda Gibson on behalf of Northwestern, also on this subject?
Yes, I did also listen to her testimony.
Okay. With regard to those testimonies, do you recall both Mr. Higgins and Ms. Gibson testifying that a portion of the 2024 FERC revenues received by Northwestern were associated with the collection of dollars that were undercollected based on 2023 rates?
Yes, I do recall her saying that.
Do you have any reason to dispute the testimony from either Mr. Higgins or Ms. Gibson regarding that fact?
No, I do not.
When you look at your recommendation, which is to utilize 2024 revenues as a benchmark for the revenue credit, would you agree that the portion of those revenues that was associated with an undercollection in 2023 should be removed from that consideration?
I truly don't have a strong opinion. I think that using the 2024 actual revenues could still be appropriate given just the known and measurable end of year period for 2024 that was used for other costs. But I think that that could be appropriate if they think that FERC revenues moving forward would be more in line with 2023.
Okay. Do you have any reason to dispute the testimony of Mr. Higgins that the settlement level of FERC revenue credit is roughly comparable to the projected 2024 FERC revenues, not inclusive of the 2023 under collection?
Recognizing that the company did change its FERC revenue crediting methodology in the rebuttal and also offered a $3 million credit, I do think that the settled revenue credit is similar to probably what 2024 minus the over collection would be. But I do want to emphasize that I had two parts to that recommendation. And the second was to ensure that we have annual PCAM adjustments and we incorporate these FERC revenues into the PCAM moving forward to ensure that whatever revenues are actually being collected, that customers are either paying to make up the loss if, for example, the credit was set too high, or they're getting that money back if the credit was set too low. And I think that helps solve also this, issue of, is it 2023, 2024, 2024 minus, over collection, is just to incorporate it into the PCAM itself to ensure that retail customers are always paying just what is the true cost of providing their service versus that of jurisdictional customers.
Do you understand that in the context of the way FERC rates are set, that from year to year, FERC revenues associated with transmission service could increase because Northwestern has incurred additional costs to provide those FERC jurisdictional transmission services?
I do understand that costs may increase, but I am not convinced that it is the FERC jurisdictional customers that end up being charged for those, given the fact that under this revenue crediting approach, 100% of kind of all plant and service and other costs are first attributed to retail customers, and then there's a revenue credit returned back to them to account for jurisdictional customer costs. It seems likely to me that if there was more use and higher kind of revenues or costs of serving FERC jurisdictional customers, that in fact it would be retail customers that would be paying through the PCAM and other things if, for example, they had to run their plants more to meet the spinning reserve or other types of voltage control ancillary services for their FERC jurisdictional customers. I realized I combined the FERC OAT transmission and the FERC OAT ancillary services in that response.
Okay, so let me just unpack that just a little bit. Is it your understanding that if Northwestern invests $1 million, for example, in new transmission equipment, that investment will not be reflected in higher FERC transmission rates through Northwestern's annual formula rate filing?
It might be. I do not have enough detail into what exactly goes into that annual formula rate adjustment on the transmission side.
Okay. Would you agree with me that it would be important to understand the details of that and what goes into the FERC formula rates before you agreed to any automatic change to Montana rates based on what's happening at FERC?
I think that is appropriate.
Okay. The last thing you discuss with respect to the FERC revenue credit, and this sort of carries over a little bit onto page 7, so it's sort of at the bottom of 6 and on the top of 7. You make an argument that you encourage the commission to address this issue essentially in this proceeding so as to avoid it, and then looking at your testimony, quote, coming up again in the next rate case. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I want to talk a little bit. Are you familiar with how electric rates, or I suppose utility rates in general, are set in Montana?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you aware generally of the principle that commissions are not bound by the decision of prior commissions with respect to how they adjudicate issues in electric rate cases?
I am aware.
Okay. So you would agree with me that even if the commission were to render a decision in this case about a revenue credit methodology, that in a future case, parties would be free to argue for changes to that methodology based on the then existing facts and circumstances, correct?
They would be free to challenge and attempt to adjust the methodology. But I think my point here is some of these arguments, specifically around the use of like a 3-year crediting average for the revenues, came up explicitly in the same exact way in the last rate case from MCC, for example. And that by, kind of providing guidance about how these FERC revenue credits should be credited back to customers in this proceeding, you could provide more clarity moving forward of how the commission thinks about these FERC revenue credits and how to ensure that retail customers are being properly compensated.
Sure, but you would agree with me that a future commission sitting in a future rate case would not be bound by whatever this commission chose to do in this case on this or any other issue, right?
They would not be bound, but it could be a helpful guideline of how past commissions have considered and ruled on the same issue.
Okay. Let's talk about then the next concern that you raise, which starts on page 7, which is the allocation of revenues between classes. Mm-hmm. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. First of all, you would agree with me that you have not presented a class cost of service analysis or study in this proceeding, correct?
No, I have not presented a class cost of service study.
You agree with me that no one on behalf of the joint parties has presented a class cost of service study in this proceeding, correct?
No, we have not.
You would agree with me that neither you nor any other witness for the joint parties in this proceeding has presented a specific revenue allocation proposal for the commission's consideration, correct?
No, we have not.
The issue that you raised in your cross-answering testimony related to recommendations that were made by Mr. Gorman and Mr. Bieber, specifically tied to their recommendations to the commission to consider minimum system analyses, or what are sometimes also called zero intercept analyses. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you would agree with me that in the settlement, the recommendations of both Mr. Gorman and Mr. Bieber on that issue is not adopted, correct?
That is correct.
So you would agree with me that essentially the settlement reflects your position on that issue as it was addressed in your cross-answer testimony, correct?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. You would agree with me that the settlement, which does not adopt Mr. Gorman or Mr. Bieber's recommendations, which you objected to in cross-answer, as a result of that, the settlement essentially reflects your cross-answer position on that issue, correct?
Correct. But also, I think this gets to what I was just raising earlier, which is I looked back at both my past testimony and the testimony of others in past rate cases. And this minimum system, zero intercept request, as well as some of the other allocation issues that I responded to from Mr. Bieber and Mr. Gorman came up time and time again in past rate cases. And I see in this settlement, since it does not touch on how the class, kind of class cost of service allocation issues that were raised during direct and cross-answering testimony, it just doesn't address the issues that have been raised multiple times in front of this commission. And I believe that there is still an opportunity for the commission to kind of provide clarity on these perennial issues.
Sure, but I guess this issue, just like the last one, even if this commission elected to provide such clarity, that would bind neither the parties nor a future commission in a future rate case, and the parties and the future commission could do whatever they felt was necessary in those future cases, right?
That is true.
All right. We are making good progress here. I apologize. My mouse is going badly. Okay, there we go. On the bottom of page 7, then, continuing on, your next issue is that you address concerns regarding energy affordability for low-income households in Northwestern's territory. Do you see that, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Okay. As to that portion of your testimony, if I read this correctly, you are not making any independent recommendations, but instead you are highlighting, if you would, the recommendations that joint parties witness Mr. Colton made regarding low-income issues. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. And we'll see if I can do this globally. If not, we'll talk about the specific recommendations that Mr. Colton made. But would you agree with me globally that there is nothing in this settlement regarding the specific proposed rates that would prevent the commission from both fully adopting the settlement and, if it desired, implementing some or all of Mr. Colton's recommendations specifically relating to the treatment of low-income customers?
That is correct. And this section of the settlement, what we're responding to is the recognition that, as outlined in Mr. Colton's testimony, the current rates are already unaffordable for many low and increasingly moderate income households, and that the settlement, specifically under Northwestern settlement position as well as under LCG's, would result in a substantial increase in base and property tax rate revenues compared to current, or at least rates at the initial filing of this rate case, and that these recommendations from witness Colton will be even more important in the commission considering, as it considers this rate case and the settlement itself, to ensure that low and moderate income households are able to maintain affordable energy, even if the commission moves forward with the settlement.
Okay. Last but not least, in your settlement testimony, you offer comments regarding the recovery of YCGS. Is that fair?
Yes, that is fair.
Okay. Do you agree with me that the issues regarding YCGS are not resolved by the settlement?
Yes, I agree with that.
So, for the last time, would you also agree with me that the commission has the ability to fully adopt the settlement as it is presented, and then separately and independently consider your recommendations and the recommendations of the joint parties with respect to YCGS?
Yes, that is correct. YCGS is still a contested issue.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony. Mr. President, I have no further questions of the witness.
Do any other interveners have cross of this witness? Do commissioners have any cross of, does Northwestern have cross? Do commissioners have any cross of this witness? Ms. Leven, I have one. I'm going mainly to your AML, AML 24 and the chart after that on AML 25. This has been kicked around here quite a bit, somewhat by me. You probably thought I might catch this in my review. We're talking about the FERC revenues from Northwestern, and you say, I will quote you, as shown in table 1 below, which is the next page, actual booked FERC revenues by Northwestern Energy have exceeded the retail customer credits by over $72 million between March 20 and September 2024. Northwestern is effectively double recovering this $72 million, collecting from both its wholesale and retail customers, when retail customers should instead be getting the full and actual value of these FERC revenue credits credited back to them on their retail bills. I support Mr. Higgins' recommendation to use 2024 revenues, given that the first 9 months show these revenues have significantly increased over 2023 test year levels. That is very strong testimony. Did you personally do these calculations?
No, I did not. These were done by Gary Duncan.
On his calculator?
on his calculator.
So we put this testimony along with the rest of it into the record as being accurate. Have you double checked these to see that they're accurate? Because this is a very strong statement.
I did, and I did write all the text. He just provided me with the underlying Excel sheet and the sources.
So the table on AML 25 is yours using Gary's calculations.
Yes,
And you've double checked his calculations.
I did.
And you stand that they are correct.
Yes, from my review.
Okay. Yesterday we had it gave me, they being Northwestern, calculations. I was trying to get to the ancillary services charges. It's my understanding those are in the transmission cost. Is that correct? They're embedded in there?
No, I think the ancillary services should be in that FERC generation credit as listed in the table 1.
Okay, so that's the generation credit, which is a smaller number.
Yes, it is significantly smaller.
Significantly smaller. So 20, 21, 23. Okay, 19, 21, 23. Add them all up for FERC generation credit. And would that credit be strictly for regulation products?
Yeah, it can. The ancillary services includes a number of factors and kind of like different schedules in it, including things like voltage control, system scheduling, and also like spinning reserves and other types of reserves.
So the big money here is actually in the transmission.
That is correct.
Not in the regulation products. So in your number, over collection of the 72 million, when you're talking double recovery, are you saying that there should be 72 million more that should have been credited to the retail customers?
That is what I am saying, yes.
Who else?
I believe that is consistent with also the arguments that Dismukes and Higgins made in their own direct testimonies, that because of the way that these revenue credits are treated, and this gets to some of Dismuke's comments about the jurisdictional class cost of service, but because 100% of costs are allocated first to retail customers, and then Northwestern Energy takes a 3-year average to produce a revenue credit and credits that back to customers, that there's no kind of true up of how much is the company actually receiving from FERC jurisdictional customers versus crediting using a 3-year average in its kind of revenue requirement setting. And that can result in this type of, I would say, kind of what I call, double collecting, where retail customers are supposed to be being compensated for FERC revenue credits. And they are, but not for the actual credits received in a single year, but rather on an average. And what we're seeing is that over time, this 3-year average is resulting in customers not receiving the full FERC revenue credits that the company is booking.
So you're saying that the 72 million is a matter of the function of using the 3-year average and not the annual cost?
Yes.
So where does it disappear to? If the annual cost is 20 million and the next year is 20 million and the next year is 20 million, how does that suddenly get reduced to, for example, 5 million?
Are you talking about the Dismuke's $5.1 million number?
Talking about having 72 million somehow disappear because it was on a 3-year average and not on a 1-year true-up.
Oh, that is because the 3-year average, from my understanding, is done solely in the context of a rate case. And then those rates are fixed. So it doesn't mean that in each year, Northwestern Energy is refiling its rates to residential or retail customers with the new 3-year average, but rather that it is a static 3-year average based on that test year. And so in between rate cases, it can grow in terms of like how, the issue can grow because it's not being updated over time. It's only being updated in these rate cases and then is fixed.
And that is fixed by annual as opposed to 3-year average.
Yes. So my suggestion here was to incorporate it into the PCAM, which was originally suggested, I believe, by Dismukes and the Montana Consumer Council, and I supported their recommendation in the cross answering because it would help make sure that kind of this actual versus fixed credit accounted for in the test year and in the revenue requirement are being trued up. And this could either result in customers having to pay a little more if the FERC revenue credits were not as high as estimated in this test case year, or having to or getting credits back to them if actual FERC revenues are in fact higher than whatever average or test year the company ends up using. In the settlement, it is $3 million plus the 3-year average between, I believe, 2022 and 2024, which is about $87 million.
So by using the 3-year average, they're double recovering per your testimony here, $72 million. It's not going to the rate. It's not going to the retail customers.
It is not.
Who's getting it?
It is staying in Northwestern Energy's books. That is money that they are collecting from jurisdictional customers, but not returning to retail customers through a FERC revenue credit.
Does that appear on any line anywhere in taxes or anywhere? Are you finding this independently, or does it appear somewhere and we're just not catching it?
So we are drawing it from the FERC revenues that the company itself provided in this case. So they do provide actual booked FERC revenues, as you can see in the source here. It's from statement G. And then we are able to kind of understand what the, total FERC revenue credits themselves are, because that's also in the whatever final order from the rate cases.
Okay, you mentioned Mr. Dismukes.
Yes.
And his 5.1 number. Would you agree with Northwestern that 5.1 is a transmission credit and has nothing to do with regulation product?
I believe my understanding is that 5.1 is coming from the jurisdictional class cost of study, which is focused on transmission. So that's correct. Yes. Oh, so sorry. I talked too fast.
You certainly do.
Yes, that is correct.
Sound like you're from Louisiana.
Apologies.
Okay, if you could try that just a little slower for these old ears, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, that is my understanding.
Okay, so your understanding is what? That it is transmission, or is your understanding that it is regulation product?
I think that when he was discussing that $5 million number, he was focused on the transmission side because he was comparing the jurisdictional class cost of study figures to the initial filing 3-year FERC revenue credit figure. However, I will say I think both of them and just the open access transmission tariffs, both transmission and also ancillary services combined, I think it's useful to have both of them as just a kind of considering what FERC jurisdictional customers are paying for both transmission and ancillary services.
I tend to agree, but there's a big difference between 72 million and 5.1. Why is there such a huge difference?
I believe that he was looking solely at 1 year and just comparing what the jurisdictional class cost of study was suggesting was the FERC jurisdictional customer kind of contribution or cost versus the FERC revenue credit kind of projected from that 3-year average versus this is 72 million, both considering transmission and ancillary services between 2020 and September 2024. So a much longer period as well. And just comparing the FERC revenue credits to the actual booked rather than, looking at the jurisdictional class cost of study or any other type of measure of what is the FERC jurisdictional customer kind of allocation.
Okay, so if we use that, and this is in the, I don't even have an envelope to do this on the back of. I don't have Gary's calculator, and I forgot my abacus. So If it's 5 million a year and you're saying this NWE is 1 year, 2020 to 2024 is 4 years. That would be 20 million. If there's a great disparity in there, we'll call it 30 million. We are not up to half. Where does the 72 come from compared to this NWE, or am I misreading this whole thing?
I think it's just the difference between comparing to, a JCOS versus actual booked revenues. He was not considering or looking at necessarily what they were collecting from FERC customers through the OAT in every year. And so he was just looking at a different time period and a different kind of question. We were trying to understand, when comparing to actual booked revenues versus what customers are being credited, what's the difference? Dismuke's question was more about, okay, the company now needs to both do this FERC revenue credit, or it needs to do a jurisdictional class cost of study, but can also decide to instead allocate all costs to retail and then credit back these FERC jurisdictional revenues. And what is the difference between what the jurisdictional class cost of studies that they now do would say is the FERC jurisdictional revenue requirement versus what does the credit that the company is proposing to give to residential or to retail customers, what is that credit amount and what is the difference between the two?
Thank you. Do any other commissioners have a second round? If not, does staff have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple. Could I get you to refer to your cross-answering testimony?
Yes.
Specifically page 6.
I'm on it.
Okay. And just to be safe, we're referring to the redacted version, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So at the bottom of page 6, you're asked, did interveners express concerns with the selection process and selection of YCG, then known as the Laurel Generating Station? Do you see that question?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so your answer there follows for the next couple of pages, and in the middle of page 8, there's a block quote in the middle. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And that's referring to the position of the large customer group in a different docket, right?
Yes, I believe it was in the pre-approval docket where Northwestern Energy was seeking pre-approval for a portfolio that included the Yellowstone County generating station, but which was ultimately withdrawn before interveners could provide testimony.
Okay. So my question for you is, have you conducted your own analysis of the YCGS selection process and procurement process to reach these conclusions, or are you merely reciting what LCG said in a different docket?
So I was going to be a witness in this docket, and I did send a number of data requests to the company throughout the pre-approval docket before it was withdrawn. And I had similar concerns with the selection of YCGS. What I did here was try to highlight, because we did not submit additional response like LCG did after the withdrawal motion, to note that not only do we have these concerns today in this particular proceeding, but that these concerns were identified by intervening parties in the initial pre-approval.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. But what I'm really aiming for here is, did you independently conduct an analysis of the selection process and alternatives, or are you merely saying that we should refer to other witnesses in this case who conducted that analysis, like, for example, the joint parties witness, Chelsea Hoteling?
I think Chelsea's testimony is the most robust assessment of the different bid options provided by the joint parties.
Okay.
I reviewed the bids back in 2021, 2022, but I did not do additional analysis since the withdrawal of that docket.
Okay. So for the purposes of this case, is it your opinion, based on your own analysis, that YCGS was not the lowest cost option available to Northwestern?
No, I am relying on the analysis of witness Hoteling and witness Dismukes.
Okay. Thank you for that. On the next page of your testimony, which is page 9.
Yes.
In the paragraph that begins that page, which is a continuation from the prior page, there's a sentence in the middle there that says, at a minimum, the commission should disallow cost recovery for all cost overages associated with YCGS. Do you see where I'm reading from there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, same general theme here. Have you independently evaluated the cost overages associated with YCGS?
No, I have not.
Okay. In that case, I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before we go to recross, I have one quick follow-upper. Did you do a similar analysis of for credits between revenue retail customers and wholesale customers for David Gates?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. Is there recross based on sterling issues raised by commission and or staff? Large customer group.
Yes, thank you. All right, Ms. Leven. I need to follow up with a couple of questions about the FERC revenue credit that you were had in a conversation with President Molnar. So if I could please ask you to go back to, I apologize, I forget what the exhibit number is, but your cross-answering testimony, and in particular, page AML 25.
Yes. Yep, I'm at it.
Okay. And this is the chart that you were referring or talking with President Molnar about, is that fair?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. There's a couple of things which I think are important to follow up on in this chart for understanding. First, would you agree with me that FERC sets transmission rates on a cost-based basis?
Yes, at the time of whatever the Section 205 filing is or the just OAT tariff, yes.
Okay, and would you agree with me that the formula rate process that occurs annually is also a cost-based process?
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, you would agree with me that in the bottom of the table on page AML 25, where you have depicted actual booked FERC revenues, what you have not shown there is FERC costs, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I want to try to dig in a little bit to understand the cost side of this issue. So I'm going to attempt the always dangerous hypothetical, and we'll see how this goes. So do you understand at the FERC that when they look to set the cost-based transmission rates, they use a load ratio share methodology to allocate costs between the FERC federal jurisdictional costs and state costs?
Yes.
Okay. So here's my simplified hypothetical. I want you to assume that from one year to the next, Northwestern's costs to provide transmission service increase by $200. Do you have that in mind?
Yes.
Okay. And then secondly, I would like you to assume that when the FERC formula rate process is set, that using the load ratio share process, the FERC determines that half of that $200 or $100 should be allocated to the federal cost of service. Do you have that in mind?
Yes.
Okay. And then presumably the other half, the other $100, FERC would leave up to the state of Montana to determine how to treat. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. Now, in between general rate cases, for that $100 that FERC is not considering and leaving to the state of Montana, would you agree with me that if those $100 are incurred in between rate cases, that that's not reflected in the Montana state rates that are paid by Montana retail customers, right?
I'm sorry, I am a little lost. Yeah.
Sure. So would you agree with me that in between rate cases, there is no tracker to account for new transmission costs such that Montana retail customers only have that component of their rate changed at periodic rate case filings,
And
correct?
just to confirm, when you say rate case, you're talking about a PSC rate case.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that in my hypothetical, they incur $200. $100 of that FERC deals with, and we'll talk about that in a second. The other $100 of costs in between rate cases, Northwestern isn't reflecting that $100 in the rates they charge the Montana customers as determined by the Montana Public Service Commission, correct?
Are you, so just to, I think that is correct. Are you saying that this is not $100 that was attributed to being retail in like transmission costs attributed to retail in a class cost of service?
Okay. Try one more time, and I apologize for being, let's focus on Montana. Would you agree with me that in between rate cases, if Northwestern incurs costs to construct transmission
these are
system,
costs.
oh,
Oh,
yes.
so sorry.
And I'm, if they make an investment, they incur a cost in between rate cases, that's not reflected in Montana state jurisdictional rates until a future rate case, correct?
Yes, apologies. I did miss the capital investment.
Okay. So $200 of new capital costs, so we can be specific, that's fine. $200 of new capital costs, $100 to the FERC, $100 to the state. In between rate cases, Northwestern doesn't collect that $100 from the state. That just builds up until a future rate case, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let's talk about the federal side. So the federal $100 of cost, would you agree with me that that would get captured in the annual formula rate filing, and all other things being equal, increase the FERC revenues by $100 to recover that cost?
Mr.
Correct?
Chairman, I'm going to object because for stating facts not in evidence, we've heard that the Yellowstone plant as a transmission investment will not be reflected in the formula rates. So Mr. Nelson's assumption that incremental capital costs for transmission will be reflected has been specifically refuted in this case. I guess I would submit this as an incredibly complex hypothetical to be putting out at 3 o'clock on day 8 of this hearing. There's also trackers that cover fuel costs for transmission plants. So if the witness can answer, that's fine. But I think there's a lot of assumptions being made here that make this question objectionable.
Do you have a rebuttal?
Just by way of response. So I'm in the hypothetical, first of all, I'm focusing exclusively on rates for transmission service and investments in transmission lines. I'm affirmatively not talking about ancillary services. And the issue with Yellowstone and how it affects ancillary service rates is a completely different kettle of fish, because the formula rate process, as we've heard, has not been discussed. So I apologize if I was being unclear, but what I'm speaking to and trying to get the witness's understanding is specifically transmission only investments, not ancillary services, and trying to understand if the witness knows how these costs are reflected in the FERC rate process, which then creates the revenues that she has identified in her testimony. That's what these revenues come from, that process. So I'm trying to get the witness to understand how those revenues come into being, so as to then provide the commission some context about the reasonableness of the witness's recommendation about what to do with those revenues.
And with the clarification, which I don't think he stated the first time, that this is capital costs and that we're excluding ancillary services, I'll withdraw the objection, but I think my point about the complexity of this stands.
Thank you for withdrawing your objection. But regardless of the time of day that a complex question comes forward, anything that brings us closer to truth is a good idea. So if the witness understands the question and feels that she has the information that's required to answer it without any assumptions or prepositions or whatever, if you're done with that extremely long question,
I completed the question. I'm happy to rephrase the question because I'll be surprised if the witness recalls it.
I'd be surprised if you recall it, so please do.
Do you want me to restate the question as I understand it, or would you like to just say it again?
So let me try it again, and maybe we'll see. So the issue was, Ms. Leven, there's $100 in cost that the FERC, using its load ratio share, has determined are FERC jurisdictional. That $100 of costs, all other things being equal, would trigger, as part of the formula rate, a $100 increase in revenues to recover that FERC allocated share of costs, correct?
That is my understanding.
Okay, so now here we come to the issue. If your recommendation is adopted and the PCAM automatically captures any increase in FERC revenues and decreases state revenues, in my hypothetical, when Northwestern collects $100 at the FERC side to pay for the FERC's half of that $200 investment, if the state revenues are then correspondingly reduced by $100, wouldn't you agree with me that in that instance, then Northwestern would be recovering none of the $200 investment that it made in transmission services?
Yes, it would have to it would wait until the next rate case when it would be able to account for the full investment that was being made to serve retail and jurisdictional loads. Because in that hypothetical, if customers were being credited back any FERC revenues that increased because of a capital investment versus other reasons, and it is important to note that FERC revenues are both a function of the rate itself, but also the number of sales, that it would be returned back to customers. Just like, the kind of period between any rate case when the company makes significant capital investments.
Sure, but you understand, in the FERC world, there is a process that FERC has set up to allow Northwestern to recover the cost it makes, the cost it incurs to serve FERC jurisdictional customers, and to track that annually through the formula rate, correct?
Yes, all I was saying is that revenues from FERC jurisdictional customers are affected not only by the rate itself, but also by the utilization and sales from FERC jurisdictional customers. And those, right, a $100 million investment, the actual booked revenues might be a function of investments made between rate cases, but also changes to the utilization and sales to FERC jurisdictional customers.
Okay, well, we'll come to that in just a second. But again, I'm focused on how we treat new costs first, okay? In that hypothetical, I think you agreed that you have $200 of new transmission investment. It gets split. The FERC customers pay more, but then the retail customers will be paying less, so Northwestern will get none of the money. But as to the retail customers, costs were incurred in between rate cases, but their rates are going down because they're getting this assignment of money that the FERC customers are paying, right?
There's no necessary, their rates might not go down. Obviously, in this recommendation, the PCAM considers a lot of other factors besides FERC revenue credits.
Sure, but all things being equal, the PCAM rate would be $100 lower, notwithstanding the fact that Northwestern made a $200 investment that serves, in part, retail customers.
I'm going to again object that because this credit is fixed, I don't understand how the rates would be going down. Perhaps Mr. Nelson could explain that to me.
So if I could, the rates are going down because in this witness's proposal, which for the record is not part of the settlement, which the MCC has agreed to, this witness is proposing that the PCAM change annually to reflect changes in the FERC revenues, so that if the FERC revenues increase because of, for example, a cost increase, what happens is the FERC customers would then pay that cost, Northwestern would get that revenue, and then they would have to give it right back to Montana retail customers, because under this witness's recommendation, it flows through the PCAM. And it is that portion of this recommendation that I'm attempting to expand on through the course of this cross-examination. And that's how, to Mr. Brown's objection, the rates are changing under this witness's proposal, which I will note is not what is reflected in the settlement.
Was that a question?
That was sort of a statement, Mr. President.
I was suspicious that perhaps it was.
Okay.
I think it was a response to an objection that hasn't been ruled on.
It was that too.
Is the objection still with us, or did you withdraw it?
Fair question, Mr. President.
So my counsel thought so too.
This feels very speculative and like we're assuming a lot of facts, not evidence. However, I'll withdraw the objection at this point. And I guess reserve the right to ask a bit across myself.
Facts, not in evidence, is something we actually cherish here, so. Okay, due to whiny counsel, we're going to take a break. It is 3:06, 10 minutes, that'll be 16, come back at 3:20.
Nice. Like some. There you go. That means you'll crash good tonight, though.
Oh, yeah, probably. Let me think. No.
Yeah.
So you're from DC? I can I hear very often?
So
Pretty regular.
Amanda, are you in the 5:30 flight out of Helena? Ah. Thought we might be on the same flight. I'm going back at 5:30, so. I'm running up, no, I'm not going to DC, no, but you can't fly direct to DC from Helena. Yeah. Sure.
We're back on the record. The large customer group still Crossing the witness.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you. Ms. Leven, following up on where we left off before the break, sort of going back to that simplified hypothetical, just have a few more follow-up questions on that. Would you agree with me that one of the things that the joint parties are suggesting in this case is that the commission over the long term deploy or require Northwestern to make greater utilization of renewable generation resources? Fair?
I don't think they're explicitly saying, like we're saying that they must meet certain renewable targets or standards, but the testimony of Goggin and Binns are that there are lower cost alternatives to some of the recent thermal acquisitions available.
Perfect. So would you agree with me that if Northwestern were to undertake a program to increase renewable generation, that part of that may require new transmission investments be made to connect with those new renewable resources? Fair?
That is fair.
So would you agree with me that all things being equal, it would be reasonable for Northwestern to at least not have a disincentive to making needed transmission investments? Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. So in the context, going now back to my hypothetical, in between Montana rate cases, I think we got to a point where you agreed with me that because of the FERC formula rate, if Northwestern makes a $200 capital investment, at least a portion of that will get picked up in higher FERC transmission rates. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then once again, focusing on your recommendation to have FERC revenue increases flow to Montana retail customers through a offsetting credit to the PCAM. Would you agree with me that if that higher revenue at FERC to pay for that new transmission investment were, instead of being retained by Northwestern, flowed back to Montana retail customers, would you agree with me that that would create a disincentive for Northwestern to make the transmission investment?
I would say that is the same regulatory lag that exists already in the context of a rate case.
Well, sure, but
in a PSC rate case.
Yeah, but that regulatory lag doesn't exist at FERC. That's what I'm trying to point out. At FERC, there is an annual process to collect that revenue. What happens under your recommendation is to undo the annual revenue increase at FERC because you're suggesting it be given back to Montana retail customers, right?
I realize that I don't think that there is a perfect solution. What I am recommending here essentially would match the approach that the company has taken in terms of how it allocates transmission plant and other costs to customers, which is 100% to retail and then accrediting. Essentially, what would happen under a PCAM approach, as I proposed, where you have this FERC revenue and customers, retail customers, are getting any increases in actual booked FERC revenue back compared to the revenue credit, whether it is due to a change in the actual transmission tariff itself or other changes in the costs, is essentially that the company would get full cost recovery for new capital investment made in either transmission, which is serving both FERC jurisdictional and retail customers, during a rate case at the PSC. Essentially, that is how that PCAM would work. And I think it's just a recognition that my suggestion, I think, protects retail customers from overpaying, because we don't know necessarily why those actual booked FERC revenues are increasing and what the specific drivers are. It might not just be capital investment, but under Northwestern's current approach to allocating and assigning costs to different customers, they would be able and eligible to recover the costs of transmission and book them completely in any new rate case. as they do today with other capital investments.
Would you agree with me, though, that the FERC revenues that you have shown in AML 25 do not differentiate between revenues that are associated with the cost to serve FERC jurisdictional customers and revenues associated with changes in sales?
These are solely just the booked revenues.
So they do not differentiate between those two reasons why booked revenues might change, correct?
That is correct.
Do you think it's fair for revenues collected by Northwestern from its FERC customers to pay for FERC jurisdictional costs to be given to Montana retail customers?
They already are. That is what the FERC revenue credit is. It is taking an average of actual FERC revenues and then crediting it back to retail customers in the context of this rate case.
So I guess that was a poorly worded question. Let me try it this way. You would agree with me that Northwestern should be entitled to retain revenues it receives from FERC jurisdictional customers that are designed to pay FERC's share of costs, correct?
I think the difficulty is I am not 100% sure in your argument, for example, the hypothetical, you're placing the increase in FERC revenues solely on capital investment that is occurring. And I am not sure that any increase in actual booked FERC revenues is solely related to an increase in the investment that the company is making.
Okay. Would you agree with me that that's an important thing to be sure about?
I think it is. I also think it's important, though, to ensure that retail customers are not bearing a disproportionate share of transmission and generation plant costs, which are providing value to both residential or to both retail and FERC jurisdictional customers.
Fair enough. Thank you. I have no further questions on recross, Mr. President.
No, please, could you go on just a little long?
And make my plane.
Are there other interveners that have?
Very briefly,
Ross?
Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Would you agree, Ms. Leven, that the Yellowstone plant is providing both retail and wholesale services?
It can provide wholesale services. My understanding under the FERC ancillary services out tariff is that Yellowstone, while it can provide ancillary services, is not part of that tariff, and customers, FERC jurisdictional customers, are not paying for that type of support or value of Yellowstone generating station.
And even if it were, well, strike that. Do the FERC formula rates, in your understanding, would they pick up, will they pick up the Yellowstone plant costs to the extent Yellowstone is dispatched to provide wholesale services?
Not without a Section 205 filing, which I believe was part of, which I believe was one of the recommendations that Mr. Higgins, Mr. Dismukes, and myself supported.
And so would it be fair to characterize that as a lag in the FERC rates?
On the ancillary services side, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Any further, Ross, to this witness?
Yes, Mr. President, a few questions. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You stated earlier today that your recommendation regarding the FERC revenue credits aligns with the MCC and LCG's intervener testimony, correct?
I believe that it aligned with Mr. Higgins' initial direct recommendation to use actual 2024 revenues, and with Mr. Dismuke's recommendation to use a PCAM, annual PCAM adjustment to true up actual versus booked, actual versus estimated credited FERC revenues.
And isn't it true that after those testimonies were filed, Ms. Gibson filed testimony rebutting the arguments of those witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And then the next step was for those witnesses to agree to a settlement with Northwestern, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Is there anything further in the way of cross of this witness? Seeing none, did you wish to redirect?
Yes, thank you, President Milner. Just briefly. Ms. Leven, Mr. Hamilton asked you about your analysis of the RFP bids and alternatives to YCGS. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And I think you said your recommendation provided in your cross-intervenor testimony was in reliance on Ms. Hoteling's and Dr. Dismuke's recommendations. Is that right?
Yes, that is.
And then you also said that you reviewed bids in the context of the pre-approval docket?
Correct.
Based on that review, did you also identify alternatives available to YCGS that were lower cost than YCGS?
I did.
Okay. Briefly on FERC revenues, President Molnar was asking you about this Dr. Dismuke's $5.1 million. And I think you said that that number was derived from the difference in the FERC revenue credit and the allocation that was identified in the jurisdictional cost of service study. Is that right?
Yes, and it was the initial filed FERC revenue credit, not the rebuttal from Gibson.
Okay. And did you understand that the recommendation to use the jurisdictional cost of service study amount as an alternative recommendation that Dr. Dismuke's advanced?
Yes, Dr. Dismuke's advanced two. The first was to use the jurisdictional class cost of study figure. The second was, if not, to use 2023 test year revenue only, and then also do a PCAM.
Okay, and would that also account for some of the difference in the amounts that President Molnar observed in your table 1?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you listened to the testimony of Mr. Higgins and Dr. Dismuke's last week?
I did. Dr. Dismuke's, I was in the room.
Okay. Did you hear their testimony that it's their experience that the FERC revenue credit issue has been a contested issue in each of the last 3 rate cases?
Yes, I recall.
And did you hear each of them respond to my question about whether it would be helpful for the commission to address the proper methodology for allocating transmission and ancillary services revenues between retail and wholesale customers to advise the company as it makes its next rate case filing?
I believe so.
And what was their answer to whether it would be helpful?
I'm going to object to that question. I think that the testimony of Mr. Higgins and Dr. Dismuke's should stand on its own. And I would object to this witness recharacterizing that testimony, which is already a part of the record.
I'm responding to Mr. Nelson's questioning of this witness with respect to the question of whether it would be helpful for the commission to address the methodology in light of the stipulation with reference to Mr. Wilson's own witness testimony, and I believe it's appropriate redirect on that question.
My legal advisor, my immediate right, believes the objection should be sustained.
Fair enough.
So you may rephrase your question if you so desire.
We'll just go out with a bang here and I'll say no further questions. Ms. Leven, thank you so much for bearing with us and being our last lucky witness.
Thank you all.
And I would ask that Ms. Leven be permanently excused.
Without objection, Ms. Leven, you are permanently excused. Good luck on catching your plane.
Thank you.
And joint parties rest their case in chief.
Ms. Norcott, do you wish to call any witnesses for rebuttal testimony?
Thank you, Mr. President. Northwestern has conferred, and at this time, no, we do not wish to call any rebuttal witnesses.
Okay, we still have a pending motion for the admission of data responses. Is Northwestern prepared to state its objections at this time?
I am, Mr. President.
Would Northwestern like to pose the objections in blocks or for individual data responses?
Mr. President, I have both, and I'll start with the buckets or blocks.
Okay. To save a lot of time conferring, you can address the questions to legal counsel. Nope. Yeah. Well, I'll still rule on it, but you guys can have an open discussion if need be. Am I doing that right or not? Yeah, there we go.
Mr. President, and with apologies to Ms. Norcott, I just wanted to make a note for your benefit and edification. Depending how long this goes, at some point during the proceeding, I may
About
need
4 days is my estimate.
I may need to depart to catch my plane to the airport, but I just wanted to note, Mr. President, for yourself and the commission that my co-counsel, Mr. Stoffel, is actually on the Zoom call and the Zoom link. And so to the extent I have to slip out during the course of this, Mr. Stoffel will continue to carry the flag for the large customer group. Appreciate that.
Thank you for that information. Good luck on catching your plane.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So I have passed out a list of the objections that I am about to go through to both counsel and Chief Legal, Mr. Hamilton. And so I will speak slowly. I will first identify the data requests. My understanding is MCC moved all of the data requests. So
Well, if it's helpful to move this along, I'm willing to modify that motion to only move for the data requests that haven't been specifically objected to, including this list.
okay, so you're not opposed to this list
Correct.
being excluded.
Correct.
That makes my life easier.
And for joint parties, that's fine. We have specific data requests on this list that I may want to address specifically or in buckets. And I can identify those. It's just a handful here.
So I'm getting confused here. I think we have an agreement that everything would just move along, and you're in agreement with that except for exceptions to that. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
Give or take a bucket.
Maybe we can resolve Mr. Brown's motion, and then I can make another motion to admit specific
We
requests.
need a moment for to confer amongst the.
I think Mr. Brown could revise his motion, and then the commission could rule, the president could rule on that, and then I can make another motion identifying specific requests.
Do you understand what she's saying well enough to make a revised motion, or should we have her make a substitute motion?
I'll revise the motion like I previously stated, Mr. Chairman, to move for the admission of all data requests and responses that haven't been specifically objected to.
Okay. So, is there any opposition?
I have no opposition to the motion, Mr. President, but I would ask, just so that the record is clear, that the document that we have before us from Northwestern be somehow admitted into the record so that the list of exceptions to Mr. Brown's motion are somewhere that we can all refer to and have agreement on. And so I just would note that procedurally, I think that would be helpful to the record.
So is that an alternative motion?
No, it is simply asking that in ruling on Mr. Brown's motion would ask that the commission take notice of or otherwise acknowledge the list in the document that Northwestern has circulated, and include that in the record.
And I'm happy to provide that to the court reporter as well for the record if needed.
Okay. So, as I understand it, we have a motion to allow in the list of responses minus the ones that have already been struck. And what?
Mr. Chairman, my motion is to admit all data requests that haven't been specifically struck or excluded or objected to. So this list is a list of data requests that are objected to. And I concur with Mr. Nelson that that'd be very helpful to have that in the record somehow. And what I'm hearing is there's no objection to that motion.
And Mr. President, if I might, my understanding, I think Mr. Brown is correct. So the motion is all data requests except for those ruled on day one as excluded. And then anything on this list would also be excluded.
That's a long list.
There is 2,300 data requests by individual subparts. So it's small in comparison to the record of discovery.
Okay, we all heard the motion, and I'm sure that we all understand it 100%. Without exception, admitted.
We're ready.
Ready for what?
A ruling?
The ruling's been made. I think
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
That was a good ruling. You should have
I'm
been
sorry.
here.
Brilliantly
Maybe a hypothetical.
I believe I see another. Hey, is there another motion?
Yes. The joint parties already made a motion that was granted in large part to admit specific data requests identified in their pre-hearing memo. I would move at this time to admit the response to MEIC-051, which is the data request that requested the coal supply agreement that was addressed in the hearing yesterday.
That was a motion to admit.
Yes.
Is that the totality of your motion?
Yes.
Okay, without exception.
No objection.
Then MEIC 0-51 is admitted.
So that's one process note on that. As I understood the conversation yesterday, there will be a supplement to that Northwestern, I don't think, has yet provided.
Correct.
So if I would just ask with no objection, but I just think for clarity, we just need to make sure the record stays open long enough to accept that addition, which I think Mr. President, you determined was appropriate yesterday, if my memory is correct.
And Northwestern has no objection to that as long as the record is only open for that sole purpose of accepting that single data request updated response.
Yep. And that would be what I would understand as well. But I just want to make sure that before the record is closed, to facilitate the ruling the commission made, we need to have that little piece brought in whenever Northwestern is able to provide that.
And joint parties are in agreement with that?
That sounds excellent. Thank
So
you.
moved.
Mr. President, may I pose a question to the parties at this point? Thank you. I appreciate the cooperation on that motion, those two motions to get that done. I want to make sure I understand the position of the parties with respect to issues that have been resolved by the settlement, but are still technically before the commission to the extent that the commission rejects the settlement agreement. So we have in this list that will be added to the record here, a number of data requests about the business technology balancing account, coal strip, the RCBA. Is it the party's intention that if the commission rejects the settlement agreement, we should make a decision on those issues on the record as composed and without the benefit of responses to those data requests, excuse me?
Mr. President, if I might respond, yes, Northwestern has the burden of proof in this case, and we don't believe those are necessary to support our proposals if the commission rejects the settlement.
And actually, I will make another motion in response to Mr. Hamilton's inquiry to admit the responses to MEIC-055, MEIC-122, 123, and 124. And I believe these are the data requests. So 55 describes the RCBA. 122 contains definitions of terms in the RCBA. 123 discusses the scope of that balancing account, and 124 addresses the question of prudence review as, you know, in the operation of that balancing account. And I see the objection is on the grounds of relevance, but I guess I'm making a pre-responding to that in my motion and ask that those 4 data requests be admitted related specifically to the RCBA.
Is there an objection to the admission of MEIC 55, 122, 123, and 124? Seeing none, admitted. Oh.
I'm sorry. I was thinking, Mr. President, at this point, I think it was Mr. Brown who referenced a dead horse that was still twitching. I think the horse is dead. I will not object to those 4 data requests.
I and the horse appreciate that. Are there further motions? Seeing none. Everything not objected to is, oh, wait a minute. Just now. Okay. We'll now proceed to closing statements, stating if the parties wish to make closing statements at this time.
Mr. President, we're comfortable waiving closing statements in lieu of doing post-hearing briefing.
The joint parties agree.
Yep, I concur.
Northwestern agrees.
Thank you. Normally, we would pause at this time for a scheduling conference to discuss briefing schedules. It is my understanding, however, that the parties have already agreed to a schedule. Mr. Hamilton, would you please read the briefing schedule into the record?
Certainly, Mr. President. The parties have agreed, as I understand it, and do correct me if I get any of this wrong, that Northwestern's opening brief will be due on July 21st. Okay. Interveners' response briefs will be due on August 11th. And Northwestern Energy's reply brief will be due August 26th.
Are there further matters the parties would like to raise before we close the evidentiary portion of this hearing? Seeing none. If not, the evidentiary hearing is closed. We will now move to public comment. We will begin with any commenters in the room and then move to commenters online. Please note the session is being recorded and all comments received will be public records, so please do not include confidential or private information in your comments. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none. Are there any public commenters online? Seeing none. Anyone wishing to follow the outcome of this matter may follow docket number 2024.05.053 on the Commission's online Ready portal. Please contact the Commission at 1-800-646-6150 or email pschelp@mt.gov with any questions about accessing the portal or subscribing to notices of filings. Thank you to everyone who participated in this matter. The time is 3:51 p.m. and the hearing is now adjourned.